Yeehaw!
Good morning.
Well, that's how we're starting the day.
Yes, we are. It's Friday, Rob.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, children of all ages, welcome in. The Friday edition of the Rob Brown Show starts right now. This is the Fan Upstate. Good Friday morning, upstate South Carolina. Hello, America. What up, world? How's everybody? Y'all doing all right? Y'all doing real good, I hope, out there across Sportslandia. I hope all is very well. I hope you are just living your best life, as the kids say. My name is Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo on the ones and twos. This AM.
Lonzo is a superstar.
Yeah, well, you got to get it in when you can get it in, right?
Well, yeah. I mean,
Ladies and
it
gentlemen,
helps my self-confidence,
and that's what it's all about.
Hearing someone else tell me that, I don't hear that very often. So every once in a while, it's just, and doggone it, I'm good enough.
Because I'm smart enough, and daggone it, people like me. We are coming to you now for the final time of 2023. This is it for us. 2023 in 3 hours, 58 minutes, and 53 seconds. We will call it a wrap on the year. I will be out for a couple of weeks on vacation, spending time with the loved ones, spending time with La Familia, headed down to the beautiful sunshine state of Florida for a few days, then coming back up, doing a tour de force. I think I've figured out that last week. So I'm quite literally going to one day get in the car, go north, see what happens. One day get in the car, go south and see what happens. One day get in the car, go east and see what happens. One day get in the car and go west and see what happens, and just see where I end up. I'm going to drive until I see a sign that intrigues me. I will do that thing. Then I will drive until I find the next thing, and I will do that over and over until I just get bored.
If you end up in the forest in Union County, just be careful because you can get lost out there. I'm just saying, there's a national thing out there, and I've been lost in there before. It's scary.
I very much plan on some some national park time, reconnecting with nature. Home.
You look like you've done that before. That's weird.
Oh, dude, if you've never meditated in nature, you don't know how to get your head right.
Yeah, I've been lost in nature before. I didn't feel like meditating. I was more worried about the circling birds, but that's just me.
I'll tell you this. Aaron Rodgers is a lunatic, but the whole convene and get back to nature thing's 100% spot on.
I was going to ask if there are going to be mushrooms involved in your meditation.
No mushrooms, because I'm way too afraid of that. I don't want my first trip to be my worst trip. You know what I mean? So I probably not, but I will absolutely say, I might do a little Hobbit style vacation a la Aaron Rodgers. We'll see how it goes. But we got you for the rest of today. And then we will see you back here on January 2nd. Maggie and Perloff are going to carry this time slot for you for a couple of weeks until we get back. And I want you to know that I love you all like the Las Vegas Raiders like scoring points. The hell was that, LA? How does Brandon Staley get on the plane to go back to LA after that? How does he not get Lane Kiffined on the tarmac after that? 63-21, the third most points ever scored by an NFL team in the Super Bowl era. It was the 7th straight divisional road loss. The 42-point loss was the third worst in franchise history. And so let's not pretend the game was as close as a 63-21 scoreline says it was.
I watched part of it last night, watched a little bit of it this morning because, I mean, you know.
Why the hell would you have stayed away for that?
I went to the movies last night and I got home and it was already like 21-0 in the first quarter. I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll have this on for a while. And then finally it's like, yeah, I'm turning this off. I can't. But I saw this morning the sideline reporter interviewing Staley at halftime. And that's the look of a guy who's getting fired.
Oh yeah, he knows.
And he knows he's getting fired.
He knows for sure. He knows.
Aren't you surprised he didn't get fired at the? I mean,
I'm surprised he didn't get fired at halftime.
Yeah, I mean, has that happened before?
I don't know that anybody's ever been fired in game. I know people have been fired on the field immediately after the game.
Last night might have been the night to do it. I'm thinking possibly because it was the Raiders. It isn't like it was a really good team. It was you got beat like that by the Raiders. Also, Justin Herbert for MVP. I mean, you see what happens when he's not out there. Isn't that the definition of an MVP? If you take him off the team, I mean that just you know.
I want you to know that yesterday I was listening to I flip around stations. This is my thing. I've told you all this before. I flip around stations when I'm driving around in the rig. I flip around. I've got Sirius. I've got the Odyssey app. I flip around and I listen to sports shows from around the country, right? Because I like to know what are the popular topics, what are people talking about and why. I flip from station to station from around the country to hear what the takes are. And I heard a take yesterday where somebody was just like ripping Justin Herbert. They're like, this guy does not deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as Joe Burrow. They don't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as elite Lamar Jackson, elite level quarterbacks, because what have they done? They haven't won. There's no playoff wins. It's a perennial 500 team. Like, what has Justin Herbert done to justify being mentioned in the same discussion as all these other quarterbacks? And I'm sitting there listening like, I don't think you understand how bad the coaching and the roster of this team is, dude. You know what is the only thing, and I mean this, the only thing standing between the LA Chargers and a season that looks just like the Carolina Panthers, the only thing standing in between those two realities was Justin Herbert. It's the only thing. Now, you went with a kid named Easton Stick. Big Stick energy. You went with a kid named Easton Stick who got tossed into a very unfortunate reality, but his wide receivers
Easton
are trash.
Stick is a name. That's a kid who goes to a rich school, but he doesn't get made fun of because his dad could own the school.
Yes, because his dad, Easton Stick Esquire.
Yeah. I mean, he should get beat up because his last name is Stick, but because his first name is Easton, you know that his dad owns everything.
Easton Stick came in, was working with a group of wide receivers that's just embarrassing.
Are they worse than the Panthers receivers? Wow, hesitation.
Honestly, I'm going to think about it.
Hesitation.
I'm going to think about it. I think that I'm going to put them on a different level. I'm going to put them on an equal level. I'm going to say the Chargers should be more embarrassed by it because the Chargers wide receivers are physically more talented than Carolina's wide receivers and given the exact same level of production. You got like Quentin Johnson out there who has all of the speed and height in the world, and he just can't catch a football. You just can't catch the ball, which is, and this is true, the number one thing you have to be able to do to be wide receiver is receive.
Yeah. Catching a ball it kind of goes with it's prerequisite.
It's mucho importante. And they just can't do it. Like, it's a different story in that those guys have all the talent to be an elite wide receiver core and just don't. Whereas the Panthers don't even have the talent to do it, right? But you saw last night, out goes Easton Stick. He takes over, and the Chargers get racked, dude. Like smoked last night. Brandon Staley is, listen, I've said before, I do my best not to sprint to fire coach, right? I do my best not to, whenever there is an issue, immediately jump into, oh, it's all on the coach, because I think that there are absolutely spots where I can go, dude, these players suck, right? These players are bad. Your coordinators are bad. All this is bad. But man, these guys as a whole are just tragic. The coaching's tragic. The playing's tragic. And the only capital O only people I feel bad for in this situation are Justin Herbert and Austin Ekeler. It's the only two guys I feel bad for.
I feel bad for Bosa also.
And okay, three people.
I mean, but you know,
it's atrocious, dude. It's honestly, it's atrocious. I am embarrassed by this. I could give a crap less about LA sports, but I'm embarrassed by this. And I hear host yesterday going, well, Justin Herbert's trash. He's not that good. Guys. If you look at that team, if you look at that coaching staff, if you look at this squad up and down, left to right, and your takeaway is this is Justin Herbert's fault, I question your knowing of ball. Because it's not, dude. The only thing that has kept them from falling off a cliff entirely was Justin Herbert. All right, we don't need to spend any more time on, well, I was going to say LA sports, but we do have to talk at least one more LA sports story. Shohei Ohtani got introduced yesterday to the media out in Los Angeles, California, is the newest member of the Dodgers, and he was the newest member of the Dodgers for about 4 hours, and then they made another move. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sorry to tell you that I was right. I was right. When Shohei became a Dodger, the Dodgers became the most attractive landing spot for people who wanted a trade and free agency. And within hours of Shohei being officially named a Dodger, arguably the number one tradable starting pitcher, Tyler Glasnow, a guy who is a rocket starter down in Tampa Bay, suddenly he's an LA Dodger. He's going to fill the role of one Shohei Ohtani this year while Shohei Ohtani returns from UCL surgery. In a year from now, assuming he's able to get it right, Shohei will slide into the rotation, and the Dodgers just built a 2-game front end that is really good. Really good. Man, I got nothing. It's like legitimately, y'all know I'm a baseball fan. I really am. I host a syndicated show on Saturdays that began as a baseball exclusive show. I love ball. I can't wait till opening day. But this whole Dodgers thing right now is giving me the ick in a way that I kind of feel like it's turning me off of a sport that I have loved for so damn long.
So you're crowning them.
It's
because it sounds like you're crowning them. It sounds like you're saying it's over before it starts because of the roster they've built. We've seen in all sports rosters being built that are phenomenal. It looks like there's no way on paper that they could be beat, and then they are. So let's see them do it out on the diamond.
Listen, I don't disagree. The legacy of the Dodgers for the past 5 years, 10 years maybe, has been real good, lead the regular season win total across all of Major League Baseball, get into the playoffs, and then get swept by the Arizona Diamondbacks, right? Like, that's been the legacy of the Dodgers for sure, but they just added the best available pitcher or the best pitcher that was available for trade and the greatest baseball player of all time to that mix. I mean, yes, they went from yesterday, they were plus 600. The Braves were plus 625 to win the World Series, right? The Braves had the second highest odds out there at plus 650. With the moves that we've seen just literally yesterday, the Dodgers went from plus 600 to plus 460. The Braves went from plus 625 to plus 650. Every team, the Dodgers went from plus 6 to plus 460 yesterday. Literally every other team in Major League Baseball moved backwards while the Dodgers moved forwards. Again, Vegas odds aren't everything. Yes, Rob, it is ironic coming from you, considering how much you have been absolutely lambasting the College Football Playoff Selection Committee for putting Bama in over Florida State just because their Vegas odds against Michigan were better than Florida State's. I get it. But man, woof. It is kind of turning me off of baseball that, and the Dodgers aren't doing anything wrong, man. They're playing within the rules. They are allowed to defer Shohei Ohtani's payments because they can defer them. They become a free agent magnet. It is going to happen. Yamamoto's going to be a Dodger. I have already mentally prepared myself for this. And because of that, they can stack FAs. They become a very lucrative trade target as long as they've got resources in the bank and they have the money to pay for it all because they don't have to pay Shohei Ohtani until 2034, which is, and this is true, a very long way from now. When Shohei Ohtani starts making the majority of this money that he's about to make, I will be almost 50 years old. Do you know how much of an asset that is for them to have a decade? I will be almost 50 when they cut Shohei his first real check.
All right.
I'm ridiculous.
I'm about to walk out when you keep acting like 50 is so, I mean,
it's not that it's old. It's that it's a long time from now. It's a decade away from me.
It'll be tomorrow for you.
I know,
As quickly as time goes.
I sat at my desk this morning, right? I don't know about you. I'm a write myself notes guy, right? Like I write myself notes. Since I got the tablet of truth, most of them are on here, but I just write myself notes. And that way, when I finish a thing that's on the note, I can go erase it. And that's my little moment of gratitude is like erasing that little note that I wrote. Well, I've got a note hanging off of the computer in the Fortress of Nerditude, a little note of inspiration to myself that I looked at this morning and I was like, yo, you did a pretty good job this year of accomplishing this thing that you set out for yourself that you wrote down yesterday. And then I looked where I signed the note to myself January 1st, 2023. It was a year ago. For a note that I looked at today and I was like, hey, we're making progress. I wrote this note 2 days ago. Nope, a year. Anyway, any other baseball fans kind of getting turned off right now because of what's happening with Shohei and the Dodgers? Because I hate to say that I am.
Isn't this the big complaint that I've heard for years about the Yankees? That's all they do is...
Yes and no. Yes and no. The complaint obviously has been that the Yankees have worked on buying championships, but that has gone really poorly for them since like A-Rod was there.
Well, that's my point. It ain't worked for them. Why would... Okay.
This is different. The reason why it's different is because they just signed Shohei Ohtani to a contract that if the Yankees did it, we'd all want to march to the Bronx and burn down the house that Babe didn't build, right? The Dodgers did something unique. The Dodgers getting Shohei to agree to defer all the payment means that they have got Lonzo. They have got a $70 million a year player on the books. You know how much they're paying him this year? He's worth $70 million a year based on the contract he has. You know how much money he's getting from the Dodgers this year? $2 million. $2 million. Now, it works out great for him because he's making 50 plus mil a year in endorsements right now. So he's okay. But he's getting $2 million a year. That means that there's a bunch of other complicated numbers. I'm an idiot / dumb. So I don't get into all the nuts and bolts. But that means roughly There's about $68 million worth of money that the Dodgers can now use to buy other superstars like Tyler Glasnow, one of the best pitchers in Major League Baseball, who is now a Dodger. If they gave Shohei a contract like the Yankees gave Juan Soto, or like the Braves gave Matt Olson, or whoever, like a superstar contract, they could not have gotten Tyler Glasnow. But because they're allowed to defer that payment, they're given a $700 million a decade, $70 million a year guy, $2 million this year. They're just like, how many other All-Stars do we want? And it kind of feels like you're gaming the system. Now, the Dodgers 10 years from now are going to be up the creek without a paddle, because then that $698 to Shohei comes due, and it's going to tink against those teams. But for a decade, the best player in Major League Baseball's history cost them $2 million a year. Are we all good with this? Like, does this not feel kind of dirty to anybody else? We got to take a break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be busy today. We got a lot of things to get to. A little bit of, I think, good news out of the land of college football. A lot of you have told me that you think that conference expansion is one of the things that's killing the game. And actually, of the three things that people have complained about, I think conference expansion is the biggest threat. But there is hope on the horizon that some schools may do the right thing and keep the rivalries together. I'll tell you about that when we come back. Rob Lonzo and you, the Rob Brown Show, is on the Fan Upstate.
Smith.
All right, guys, one quick live read, and we're coming right back. Stick around. right, dudes and dudettes. Thank you all for hanging out. Good morning to everybody.
Hi, it's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to thank you for making me feel so special. I earned cash back on debit for my dinner party groceries.
That's great. But with Discover Cashback Debit, we give everyone cash back on everyday purchases. Anything else I can help you with?
Do you like asparagus and mushroom sorbet? I've got leftovers. Introducing Discover Cashback.
You know, I just realized that she said asparagus and mushroom sorbet.
Yeah. Yeah. She's been saying that for a while.
Like, I love Jen Coolidge. She's ridiculous.
Yeah. I have no idea who she is. I mean, so.
Stifler's mom.
Oh, okay. I've never watched that, but I know who that is.
You know Stifler's. Everybody knows
Yeah.
Stifler's
Yeah.
mom.
Okay.
Stifler's mom.
I am trying to decide if I want to rant tomorrow on Upstate Pulse because 10 minutes of commercials before they even got to trailers yesterday. 10 minutes. I mean,
like movie theater commercials and stuff.
no, just commercials. 10 minutes of commercials. I mean, there was nothing on the screen when we went in there.
You know what?
The 6 o'clock hits, nothing but commercials.
If you would like to rant on this show, I will join you in that.
Okay, some of them repeated.
I'm putting that on the notes.
I mean, it could have been a
Your
glitch.
show prep for tomorrow.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I don't care where I rant. I can rant more than once. There is some crossover, but you know.
I'm coming. Hang on. Wait. That was a very important note. That's a very important conversation we need to have later on in the show. All right. I'm not going to lie to you. I got a mild case of senioritis. I still put together a whole show, but I do have a mild case of senioritis going on right now. So we got to get to that conversation later.
No,
I think
it's more of vacationitis than it is
yeah.
anything. So,
all right. It is fair, I think, and I am going to ask coming up in the next hour of the show. I saw yesterday, like a whole lot of people on the internet with the consistent updates of transfer portal news. We got guys going in, coming out. A lot of NIL concerns. There's a running back transferring out of Florida State who is going to be like a third string running back this year, who is allegedly transferring out of Tallahassee because he wants well north of $100,000 in NIL money to stay. And the NIL collective in Tallahassee were like, nah, dog. Like, we're gonna spot you some cash, my man, but $100K, you're a third string running back. Probably not. And I saw the phrase yesterday, blank is ruining college football. And I coming up in the next hour of the show, I am going to ask those of you that have said that in the past, those of you that have said in the past that something is ruining college football, to explain to me how and why you feel that way. I'm not going to say you're wrong. I just want you to explain why you feel that way. We'll do that in the next hour.
You might say they're wrong.
There's a chance I'm going to push back.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to push back on an argument that I make up on your behalf. I want you to tell me why you think that blank is ruining college football, and I'll respond to that. But I will say that one of the things that I was very concerned about, one of the things that I did have issue with, was the risk to great rivalries around the country with conference expansion. If there is one thing that you will very easily sway me into agreeing is the biggest threat to college football, it's 100% conference expansion, okay? Not the portal, not NIL. It is conference expansion. Now, I'm not even big on college needs to be a regional sport. Guys, it hasn't been a regional sport since the early 1990s, okay? It hasn't been a regional sport in years, in decades maybe. But I do think that there needs to be some level of regional consistency. And if there is one thing I do not ever want to see threatened or dismissed from the game of college football, it is rivalries. I already know that with the 12-team playoff, and next year we will more than likely have the first time ever that a 2-loss football team goes into the college football playoffs. Rivalry games already have less meaning. If Ohio State and Michigan both make it to the game undefeated next year, they're both going to the playoffs. This year's Ohio State-Michigan game, last year's Ohio State-Michigan game, why were they two of the most watched college football games of all time? It's not because people in South Dakota, California, Florida, South Carolina were like, yay, can't wait for the Sparty or for the Buckeye and Wolverines game this weekend. We watched it because one of those teams was going to more than likely see their season come to its conclusion. Now, last year, they both made it in. This year, we had a pretty good inclination that only one would get in. And so it was a playoff game, de facto. If both Michigan and Ohio State make it to the game next year and they are both undefeated, we know they're both going to the playoffs. One of them is the Big Ten champion, and one of them as one of the top remaining ranked teams. The only meaning that game will have at that point, if they are both undefeated, would be who gets the first round bye, who gets home field
you
advantage.
you said the only meaning. No. I mean,
Well, hang on, because I know what you're saying, and I'm coming to that.
Yeah. Don't.
As far as meaning actual implications on what happens after the game.
Oh, the way you worded that, there could be some implications on things that could actually happen after the game.
Oh,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, look at Ryan Day. If he's still around and he loses 4,
Yeah.
then I would understand.
Oh, come on.
All right. I don't understand now.
Come on.
I would understand that.
He's not going to be there.
So the only tangible implication, if Michigan and Ohio State make it to the end of the year next year, both undefeated, the only tangible consequence of a loss in that game would be the bad guys get to go whatever side of the line you fall on. The bad guys, by way of being more than likely undefeated Big Ten champions, are going to get a first round bye. Whereas you will have to play in the opening round. It will be likely at home, but you will have to play in the opening round. It's not going to have the same weight that it did this year and last year, although, Ohio State kind of got the roundabout luck way in last year of you lose this game and you are out of the playoffs, right? Well, there's a little hope on the horizon for those of you that feel like the biggest threat of conference expansion is the loss of regional games, specifically regional rivalries. Why? Because there are now 2 Pac-12 rivalries broken up by the departure of the majority of the schools in that conference to move to the Big Ten or to the Big 12. Washington and Washington State, we know a while back, signed an agreement to keep that rivalry game intact. The Apple Cup will still take place. And now we found out yesterday that the Ducks and the Beavers will play that rivalry game. The Civil War is on for at least 2 more years. Oregon and Washington off to the Big Ten along with USC and UCLA, while 4 current Pac-12 schools are heading to the Big 12. Only Oregon State and Washington will remain in the Pac-12 next season. The Ducks were set to host Texas Tech next year as part of a home-and-home season that began back in 2023. Instead, they are pushing the Texas Tech game back to 2033. And everybody was like, yo, why are they moving this game? The answer is because they wanted to leave room on the schedule for Oregon State, and we now know that the Civil War is on for 2 more years. This is in a land where, to me, conference expansion is the biggest negative threat to college football. In a year, listen, you can talk all you want about NIL and portal. I'm going to stand on. I am good with NIL and portal increasing the opportunity for college athletes. All right. It's going to be a hard stance to talk me out of. Not impossible, but very, very difficult. The biggest concern that I had was and is that with conference expansion and with playoff expansion, the consequences of the highest tier rivalry games would be dramatically diminished, to the point that there would be some schools going, why the hell would I play an out-of-conference rivalry game? Why would I make my life that much more difficult, especially now if you are in the Big Ten or the SEC? Why would you have, if you are not mandated legally to do it, an out-of-conference rivalry game out there? And this decision says to me that, at least for these 2 schools, they view it as less about the importance in the land of college football, less about being concerned over the consequences. They see it as rivalry is good. Rivalry is what makes college football college football. Y'all know that I don't fall down the same rabbit hole of sentimentality that many college football fans do. I'm a cynical, jaded jerk. It is what it is. But rivalry games have a special place in college football. They always have, and they should always moving forward. So to have these 2 schools going different directions, ending up in different conferences, both of them, particularly Oregon going to the Big Ten, understanding that their lives about to get that much more difficult based on the scheduling they will have moving forward in that conference, for them to say, not only do we want to keep the Civil War intact, but we will actually move around other contracted games in order to make sure there's room for it. That tells me, Lonzo, that at least a few schools still believe that regional rivalries are an important aspect of college football and will fight to keep them alive, and I appreciate
All right,
that.
this might sound weird coming from me. Can't you create new rivalries? I mean, can't you do? Because I know some people are really upset. Oh, this rivalry's over. This has been can't you make new traditions? Can't you suddenly have a new rival, and it become a tradition? Do college football rivalries, did they have to begin in the 50s through the 70s? Can you not begin one in 2024?
Lonzo, if I told you tomorrow that I as the czar of all things football.
As long as you're not an arbiter.
Nope, the czar.
Okay.
That's better.
All right. Yeah. That's
The czar of college football.
in the hierarchy, a czar is way above an arbiter.
As the czar of college football, I am canceling the game and I am creating a new rivalry for the Buckeyes. Your new rival's Oregon, because I want the Uh-Oh Bowl. I want the best 2 O logos in football. That's your rivalry. Now, you would go, Rob, you are both an idiot and a jackass. And I would accept that criticism because it would be true. It is true, but it would be true.
As someone who seems to find rivals everywhere they go, talking about myself, I don't have a problem with you having more than one rivals.
I didn't say more than one.
Yeah.
I said you're getting rid of Michigan. They're out. You don't
All
play
right,
them anymore.
I just gotta say,
them with Oregon.
I've been wanting to get rid of Michigan for a long time.
No, I don't mean
and so
blowing up the
so are a
campus.
lot
I
of
mean
people.
you don't play
Dude,
them anymore.
First of all, I would never condone such a thing. When I say get rid of Michigan, I mean like shut down the campus, as in it no longer exists.
I'm just saying.
I'm not. No.
You see Michigan over there?
No. I'm not doing that.
I'd like to get rid of them.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Somebody get Tommy DeVito's agent on the line, and let's get rid of Michigan.
I
All
think-
right.
I think his phone's blowing up. It might be hard to get to him, but no, we at the Fan Upstate and Odyssey do not condone.
Yes, we don't condone
blowing
up
Yeah,
your
I
rival's
just-
campus.
Dude, people hear what they want to hear, and that just concerned me. If Michigan shuts down due to poor books and the fact that they cheated everything they do, and
Only books that got a Michigan are coloring books. Bam!
yeah, well, and they can't color inside the lines.
nailed it.
Yeah,
Nailed it. Stuck the landing. 10 from the French judge. Rivalries are born out of history. They are born organically. Rivalries are organic. Every time they try to force a new rivalry, it doesn't work.
No, agreed. I'm not saying, well, we're going to label this as our new rival. They do happen organically. Suddenly you start playing another team, you just don't like them, and they don't like you. Suddenly that turns into a rival.
Yeah, it's somebody stole somebody's mascot. It's somebody, poisoned somebody's trees, whatever the case might be.
You said the Oregon Ohio. I mean, there's only one O in football. Just like
Not anymore.
Just
it's the O rivalry.
No, and let's say it was OSU versus OSU for who against Oklahoma State. We're going hypothetical here. Who's the real OSU? Because I'm offended every time I see OSU and it's not the Ohio State University. So what I'm saying is there are rivalries that could still happen. And 10 years from now, when I'm retired and you're here with someone else and you're talking about, rivalries.
When Shohei gets his next paycheck.
Yeah. And share some with me while I'm at the, what's that place in Florida?
The Village.
The Villages. Yeah.
We're putting Zoe in the Villages.
Yeah. Well, I'm at the Villages.
Look, real quick, because we got to run to a break. Here's the thought that I have. We just got joined by somebody in the Facebook chat called The Manwich.
Yeah, but a couple other people joined it. It sounds weird.
So
I don't know.
Yes, new rivalries are going to be born by conference expansion. Somebody at School X is going to say something about somebody at School Y's mama in the new conferences, and there's going to be new rivalries that pop up. But this is the, I think, third oldest rivalry or third most played rivalry in college football. Next year will be the 128th time that these two teams play football together. It, to me, is important to keep that type of rivalry alive. And I commend and applaud the administration at both Oregon and Oregon State for getting a deal done, despite the threat that it places onto your seasons in more difficult conferences. Only Oregon in that case, but you get it. I commend them for shaking hands to make sure the Civil War stays on board. And it gives me hope for other rivalries impacted by college conference expansion. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
It's this joined thing, Rob.
I don't know why it's telling us I'm glad it's letting us know.
Sounds like they wrote in join.
That the Manwich has joined and Jay has joined.
Sounds like AI shenanigans.
AI shenanigans.
The only one I know in there is real is Brandon. Although he could be AI too. Anyone could be AI. I already know Rob's a robot, so other people could also be robots.
The Robbots. Easton Stick. Yeah, exactly. See? I knew it. What are we about to come to?
I am not paranoid.
Yeah.
Then he left because he's a robot and he needed to charge his battery.
I'm Bopper, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing.
I didn't see Furman's basketball game because I thought they were going to make a run against a very good Tulane team. They went into that game 7.5-point dogs, and when they went down, I tuned out, and then I have my ESPN thing set me alerts for all of Furman sports, and it dinged that it was OT, and I was like, oh. We have got coming up Mario Heron from BetQL at 8 o'clock. Dan Scott, we are calling at 8:20 to talk basketball.
Season for what? Same kids? For the Upstate Holiday Lights show at its new location in District Park. Where's District
You
Park?
said Mario is calling here.
Mario's going to come on the stream.
Oh,
At 8 o'clock?
oh, yeah.
Yeah, Hate Nas Mario.
Yeah, that's what you throw me off. And it's like, okay, I know that name sounds familiar.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hate Nas Mario.
Okay, so now I know who that
Upstate Holiday Lights sounds great for the family. How do we get tickets? You can get info and buy tickets.
There's just like nothing written on a thing, so that's why you're having to tell me, because at least I didn't see it on there.
My
Just
family
saying.
to Upstate Holiday Lights. We'll meet you
We're
there.
pretty blank.
Probably more than
you know.
that. The family loves it, and it puts
Like that, like there's nothing there type thing. Just-
And Dan Scott, we are calling Dan Scott.
I heard that part.
Okay.
So I'm looking. I pay attention when you speak because
That makes one of us.
yes, you're an award-winning radio person.
Radio person.
If you get a new tablet or cell phone this year, recycle your old one, either by donation or an e-waste program. When we each share one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet.
Didn't want to offend your identifier. I mean,
I appreciate it.
yeah.
It's very kind of you.
Switch to Cricut and let your flip era unfold by getting the all-new extraordinary Motorola Razr for just $199.99. Smile, you're on Cricut.
From the Ingalls Market Studio, the
Upstate, 97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg.
always live from the Philadelphia CBS Sports Radio. Talk to Robin Lonzo.
The Rob Brown Show continues, ladies and gentlemen. And it's the fan Upstate Robin Alonso with you on a hopefully, fingers crossed, beautiful Upstate Friday morning. Last show of, this show for 2023. We'll be back January 2nd. In the meantime, we've got the outstanding programming of CBS Sports Radio, Maggie and Perloff in the AM that are going to be carrying you. Oh, let's break a little news on the way out for the year.
All right. So according to Adam Schefter, and this is really big news.
No, Brandon Staley's out.
What? No.
Okay.
His big week continues. Tommy DeVito's agent, Sean Stellato, is being inducted today into the National Italian American Sports Hall of Fame.
Okay, wait a minute. Hang on a freaking second.
Also known as the NIASHF.
Hang on just a damn second. For the record, while I laugh, awesome. I love it. All right? Fantastic. Good, great. Sports needs characters. Okay? But I want to make sure I got this right. This cat, who is he's an agent. He's got other clients.
All right.
Some you may know, some you may
Just
not.
looked it up. It is a thing. I want to see who else is in it.
Oh, I don't question the validity. And I support this organization that I literally just found out exists. Okay? I just want to make sure I got this right. Tommy DeVito. Tommy Cutlets, huh? Tommy DeVito this year gets an opportunity to play because Danny Dimes goes down with an injury. Tommy DeVito steps into that role. Tommy DeVito, in stepping into that role, I don't know why I'm talking like that. Yes, I do. You all do too. Tommy DeVito steps into the starting role for the New Jersey Football Giants. Tommy DeVito plays a couple of games, gets a big dub, and upset win over Green Bay for a grand total of 52 seconds. Tommy DeVito's agent's on TV in a black tailored pinstripe suit with a fedora that I promise you cost upwards of 3 figures to purchase. That wasn't your gas station fedora. That man had to go get that custom fitted to the noggin, right? Rolls out on TV for 52 seconds and becomes an automatic qualifier for the Italian American Sports Hall of Fame, I support that wholeheartedly. Do you understand how much entertainment that man provided me just by existing? Tommy DeVito's agent, whose name I don't even remember. Sean, what is Sean or something?
Stellato. I said it.
No,
in
what's
there.
his first name?
Yeah, hold on.
Joey.
No,
Tony.
it's Sean. Like I
It
said,
is Sean, which
Stellato.
is hilariously an
What?
Irish name.
Why are you questioning me? But it's SEAN, which actually
That's the
makes
Irish way.
it more Irish.
That's more.
but,
That's more Irish.
I
But his last name's Stiletto.
sorry, I'm at the website for the National Italian American Sports Hall of Fame, and the first couple stories they have, there's a boxing story, there's Bruno San Martino's
Yeah.
documentary,
Yep.
and there's Night of the Fights. It looks like some Rocky Marciano
Yep.
going on right there.
Yep. Italian American
Uh,
heritage, big in the world of boxing. 100%.
In 1977, George Randazzo founded the Italian American Boxing Hall of Fame in a way to raise money for a struggling local Catholic youth program. Randazzo collected boxing photos, and this is where this came about. So, and it looks like there's a physical building, storefront, of course, and this is amazing.
Look, the Italian American Sports Hall of Fame have my full support and endorsement, as does any cultural Hall of Fame. 100%. People should celebrate their heritage. We should all celebrate each other's heritages without a doubt. I am not Italian. I still support this organization and what they're doing. I think it's great. I just freaking adore that this cat gets shown on the sideline with a blue shopping bag that we still don't know what was in it. Peyton still hasn't come back to tell us if he found out what's in the bag. What's in the box? This cat was on TV for a minute and a half. He stood on the sideline with Tommy Cutlets. He went up in the stands. Him and Tommy DeVito's dad were giving each other mobster movie cheek kisses, celebrating like Tommy D just won the Super Bowl. And my man gave us like 3 segments of entertainment this week just by being him. That alone is worth Hall of Fame inclusion, dude.
By the way, Joe DiMaggio also in there, and Vince Lombardi also in there.
Yeah, 100%. 100%, without a doubt. And now, Sean Stiletto, huh? The Stiletto's chain of not-so-family-friendly entertainment going to be popping up around America sooner rather than later.
Jerry Colangelo has been a chairman there. Yeah,
Sure. It's again, I think it's fantastic that this is a celebration of a very important group of people within American sports culture, without a doubt.
Wow, there are over
And also Sean Stiletto.
270 inductees enshrined in the Hall of Fame.
Again, I'm not surprised by any of that. And I would bet you a large
Oh yeah,
percentage of it is
you are
boxers.
surprised. Neither one of us knew this thing
No,
existed.
I have
Yeah.
no doubt. And I promise you there's also an Irish American Sports Hall of Fame. There's probably a German American Sports Hall of Fame. People celebrating their culture and heritage and successes within the world of sports is absolutely something that should happen. I don't have any issue with it at all. I think it's a great concept. And I'm sure that there are more heritage-centric sports Hall of Fames. That's not the story.
You think that's who he was on the phone to? You think it was the Hall of Fame calling him to tell him that he
Hey,
was?
Jerry Colangelo. I'm just saying, maybe turn on Monday Night Football, huh? You might see somebody you may or may not know, but you will know in the future. I love this guy. I love the suit. I love the mysterious blue shopping bag. I love the cheek kisses with Tommy D's pops. I love everything about Sean Stiletto. I want to go drink with this guy now. He looks incredible.
And what if he continues to win? What if Tommy DeVito continues?
I hope Tommy DeVito never loses another game. I hope he becomes the greatest Tommy to ever play football.
Yeah,
I will
me too.
fully have
Me
his
too.
back.
I'm down with that. Let's make him the most famous Tommy to ever play football.
The one place that Lonzo and I will agree on Tom Brady would be that we both hope Tommy DeVito, Tommy Cutlets, becomes the greatest football Tom of all time.
Yeah.
Sorry, all you other Toms, including, yes, you, that one, Tom. But this show is a Tommy DeVito Stan show.
Hey.
Sports Flash.
Thursday Night Football. How much of it did you actually make it through? In case you didn't know,
2 quarters.
it got out of hand quickly and stayed that way as the Las Vegas Raiders demolished the Los Angeles Chargers 63-21. Yes, you heard that right. Scoring the third most by any team in the Super Bowl era. The Raiders had 2 defensive touchdowns for the first time since 2006, while Jacoby Myers became the second Raider in history with a passing and receiving touchdown in the same game. Raider rookie quarterback Aiden O'Connell threw for 248 yards and 4 touchdowns. The rich get richer in Major League Baseball as the LA Dodgers have made a move to partner one of the MLB's best with Shohei Ohtani. The Dodgers and Tampa Bay Rays have an agreement to send starting pitcher Tyler Glasnow to the Blue alongside off-field Manuel Margot. There we go. Make sure you tune in to NFL football this weekend because we're wall-to-wall right here on the Fan Upstate. That's a weird sound.
The Gables at Pelham is a continuum care retirement community. Assisted living, memory care, rehabilitation, and skilled nursing all under one roof. An MD will visit twice a week, and physical therapy, speech therapy, and occupational therapy are on site. And for socialization, our director of activities has a master's degree in social work and has been at the Gables for many years. We have a full calendar of activities for all of our residents. In addition, our director of memory care has been there for many years as well. To stop by for a visit, give us a call at 864-286-6600.
The Upstate Holiday Light Show has a new location, the District Park at the intersection of 123 and 153. Enjoy a nighttime Christmas wonderland with 32 million lights setting the sky ablaze, synchronized to the music of your favorite holiday classics. The Upstate Holiday Light Show is a Christmas family tradition with carnival rides, a petting zoo, and a pony corral. Rain or shine 7 days a week, now through December 31st.
Man, it's loud. Is Chris back in the cathedral? Just thought I heard music in the hallway.
You did. I told him that while I very much love the Alice in Chains, that
So it was him?
banging. Yeah, it was. They had it on monitoring the Rise Guys syndication.
Yeah, he told
thing.
me that they were working on that. Didn't see his car out there, so.
It is the first time that I can think of that I've ever asked someone to turn down rock and roll music.
Another
It
sign
made
of
me
age.
feel Awful.
I went to see Willy Wonka, Steven. Smith and James in the first break. Hear me?
Smith and James in the first break.
Just checking.
For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect.
It's not every day when you get to break news about Tommy DeVito's agent.
Texture said, "Isn't it common for an agent to be on the sideline?" And I said, "It is. It is common for an agent to be on the sideline." That was the agent on the sideline. Did Tommy DeVito's agent just become more famous than Drew Rosenhaus? I think so.
Currently, for sure.
I think
Historically, I don't know.
Not historically, but in this moment, absolutely.
In the age of social media, perhaps he is the most famous agent. Wait, did the ID not play?
Manufactured locally for the Carolinas. This is the Rob Brown Show.
That's weird.
Here we Hour number 2 of the Rob Brown Show starts now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Fan Upstate. What's happening, y'all? Y'all doing all right? It is Friday. It is the final show of the year for Lonzo and I. Maggie and Perloff will have you in the AMs moving forward until January 2nd, when we make our triumphant return to the airwaves with banners unfurled and trumpets blaring. I will tell you right now that I will enjoy the next 2 weeks of vacation. I will also tell you that, and I mean this, I will miss you guys tremendously because the show is fun, okay? The show is fun. This is not, I don't get paid for the show. I get paid for everything else I do around it. The show is fun. I will miss being on the air with you guys. But heading down to the Florida, getting some time in the Sunshine State. Very much looking forward to it. We have got a lot to get to, a lot to talk about moving forward. Coming up at 8 o'clock in the AM, we're going to be talking with my little buddy, the Gilligan to my Skipper on Saturdays, Hating Ass Mario. He is BetQL's NBA insider, and we will talk some professional shooty hoops with him. Listen, I know
On behalf of producers everywhere, don't do that. Don't
do
do
what?
don't do the little
I only
thing.
do it to
Don't
him.
don't do the little buddy thing.
I only do it to
mean,
him.
come on.
He's my Padawan. I'm helping him grow as a person.
He's probably taller than you are.
He's not. He's very much not. He just hit a growth spurt. He's like 5'2" now. I'm proud of him. He's doing wonderful things.
That's messed up.
If you don't listen to Saturday's show, you know I sound like a jerk. That's okay. Anyway, Mario's
But
gonna
if you
join us
do
today.
listen to Saturday show, you know for
I
sure.
sound like a
that-
bigger jerk.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
8:20, the legendary voice of the Furman Paladins, Mr. Dan Scott, is going to join us on the show. We'll talk some Furman shooty hoops with him. Furman went on the road down to a very good Tulane squad last night. Took them to double OT before just running out of gas down the stretch. So we'll talk about where Furman shooty hoops is right now with Dan Scott coming up at 8:20. Lonzo brought forward I don't know that it's a conversation because 1000% we are going to be on the same page here, but a conversation in the world of entertainment.
Just you bringing it up again makes me mad.
I know when you said it to me, because it's something that I've not been to a movie in a while now. I will be going because while I had hoped to go see it with the great one, I am likely going to go see Godzilla -1 in theaters when I'm back home. And it's getting released in a bunch of theaters because it's
Yeah,
apparently doing really
I was
well.
gonna say I tried a couple of times. You just weren't available.
Yeah.
So I mean, I tried to get us to just go down the road like after the show.
It's not for a lack of desire, it's for a lack of ability.
Yeah. okay.
So
All
while
right.
I'm on
I'm,
vacation,
I'm still hurt, by the way.
I very much look forward to seeing Godzilla -1. I'm a big Godzilla fan. I think it's going to be great. From what I've heard, it's a spectacular movie.
All right. So let's say you don't go see it while you're in Florida, and
Then
you
I will
come
see it when we
back.
get back.
You let me know because you know what
Yeah.
time I can be off every day, anytime, and we can just run down there, and I'll even come over to wherever you are, and it's if they have theaters over there.
I will let you know, but more than likely, because I'm going to have some hours to kill down in the FLA. I got like 3 days down there before the lady friend flies down. I will probably see it. I've heard it's a great movie, but blah, blah, blah. Point is, I don't think I have seen a movie in theaters since Spider-Man, the last animated one, Spider-Man, whatever the last one was. No Way Home. No, that's the real one. Into the Spider-Verse, Multiverse, Spider-Verse.
Yeah, I still haven't
Into the
seen it
Spider-Verse.
yet. So
It's very good. Loved it. Saw that in theaters. And Lonzo lodged a complaint about going to the movies that I think is abundantly fair.
I very nearly went Chelsea Green. I was on the edge of getting up and walking and trying to find someone.
So we're going to talk about that coming up later in the show, because while it is something that is going to hit me with the stick to sports take, I don't care because it's Friday. Shut up.
Yeah,
That's why.
forget you, Ray. It's Christmas.
take that,
We do
Ray.
what we want, Ray.
What we do, ladies and gentlemen, however, need to get to here is it is just after 7 o'clock in the morning. You're inside an hour away from clocking in, gathering around the water cooler, and discussing sports stories with your coworkers, you will need to know what's going on, and that is why we will do this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
You hear that?
"Inconceivable!" Take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, it is the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet, the top 3 stories in sports that you need to know before you go start talking sports with your coworkers around the water cooler this AM. And we begin, of course, and as always, with item number 1. If you are a fan of the Los Angeles Superchargers, you may want to maybe put the gear away for just a little while. Why? Because if you made the correct decision and went to bed yesterday evening at halftime when your Chargers were down, and let me emphasize this, at halftime, it was 42-0 last night. Just in case you did not hear that, it was 42-0 at halftime as the Las Vegas Raiders end up 63-21 winners over the Superchargers. Now, here's what's really interesting to me. We talked about Aiden O'Connell, rookie, 20 of 34, 248, 4 tutties through the air. Do you know what Easton Stick's final line was? Granted, a lot of it came down the stretch. 23 of 32, 257, 3 touchdowns, and 1 interception. They ran the ball for 92 yards versus the 124 of the Raiders. You had 4 grabs for 113 yards and a touch for Josh Palmer in a loss. Easton Stick hit 9 different receivers with the football last night. I mean, it was, and here's a sentence I did not think that I was going to say today, Lonzo. It was the closest 42-point loss in the history of football. Check this out. First downs. Vegas had 20, LA had 18. Total plays, they both ran 63. Total yards, 378 for the Raiders, 326 for the Chargers. Total drives, the Raiders had 13, the Chargers had 15. Yards per play, the Raiders 6, the Chargers 5.2. Passing yards, 254 to 234 in favor of the Raiders. Rushing yards, 124 to 92 in favor of the Raiders. Like, just about every metric was reasonable for a game that you would have expected to end something like 27-24, 24-21, 32-27. Instead, we got a 42-point freaking blowout. And part of that was because of a fumble return for a tutty and a pick 6 return for a tutty. And that changed the game up just a little bit. But that's only 14 points out of 42 that the Raiders won by. If Brandon Staley is still the head coach of the Los Angeles Superchargers this evening, I'll be stunned. I'll be stunned. Granted, the Chargers are beat the hell up right now. A lot of injuries on that team. But, man, like even an entire squad of backups should not lose an NFL game by 42.
Why fire him now?
42.
I mean, what, they got 3 games left or something like that? I did let's let him finish it out.
Just to get the jump. Just to put yourself in the cycle immediately.
Okay. All right.
I think right now there's only one team you know of that is searching for a head coach. That, of course, is the Carolina Panthers. I think the earlier you get into the carousel, the more people you can talk to, the more you can start to put a plan together. And more than anything, in order to not waste the career of Justin Herbert, I think you got to be ready to build for next year now.
Yeah, but the thing is,
5 weeks.
Herbert's done for the year, so it's not like so he's safe.
Yeah,
sort
but
of.
It's not so much about direct impact on Justin Herbert so much as it is how do we work on finding out who stays, and who goes. Who is going to be a member of this team next year when we do go, we're all in on Justin Herbert. We got to get it right, get it tight now, versus the guys that we're going to go ahead and send on down the road. I don't know. We'll see. But I think Staley's got to be gone today. I've been hanging out to see what happens next. But I think you got to move on, man. I think you got to move on. Item numero dos. Baseball. Shohei Ohtani has a new friend in Los Angeles, California. Yesterday, the Dodgers followed up their historic deal with the greatest baseball player of all time with a trade for one of the top pitchers available. The Tampa Rays sending right-hander Tyler Glasnow and center fielder Manuel Margot to Los Angeles in exchange for young pitcher Ryan Apepio and outfielder Johnny DeLuca. Those two guys moving down to Tampa. The deal is contingent on Tyler Glasnow signing an extension with the Dodgers. He's gonna, because they got plenty of money. And if I can get paid plenty of money and get paid plenty of money to go pitch for the odds-on World Series favorites. By the way, World Series favorites that got even favorited by the signing of Tyler Glasnow. The Dodgers yesterday afternoon were plus 600 to win the World Series. 6-1 to win the World Series. They ended the evening plus 450. The Atlanta Braves yesterday afternoon were, the Dodgers went from plus 600 to plus 425. The Braves went from plus 625 to plus 650, just like that. Every team in Major League Baseball except the Dodgers saw their odds to be the World Series champions get longer. The Dodgers got dramatically shorter, going from 6-1 to less than 4.5-1 with one signing. Why wouldn't it? Most, capital M, most of the money owed to Shohei Ohtani has been deferred. A guy who's making $70 million a year is going to, for the next decade, take $2 million a year. Because deferral rules are in place in Major League Baseball, the Dodgers can use that money to sign guys now. The Dodgers can use the money. All that deferred money does not count against the cap. And even if it did, the Dodgers are going to be willing to go luxury tax, but that's another conversation for another time. They can use that $68 million, and obviously there's some fake imaginary numbers in there that change that a little bit, but give or take, they can take that $68 million and they can sign guys now. They are going to be an all-star team, dudes. And Tyler Glasnow signing is just step number one, because again, if you're an MLB player and you would like to win a ring, don't you want to go play with the greatest player of all time? And oh, by the way, he left $68 million that can go into your pocket to make it happen? Yes, I do. You do. We do. What a move. The Dodgers, I hate them. All right, item number 3. So we talked to you a little bit about the court ruling that took place earlier this week. The court ruling that took place on Wednesday that put a restraining order on some of the NCAA's transfer portal rules. It lifted for 2 weeks until, I think, 2 days after Christmas, the 27th. It lifted for 2 weeks the regulation that said if you are a transfer student for a second time or more, you've got to get a waiver. You got to jump through some hoops. You do all of that, and you have the opportunity to be immediately eligible for play. Now, between now and the 27th, should a player who has transferred multiple times and not received their waiver, of which there are a number, although a small number of them active in basketball right now, should they wish to play, they have their eligibility. But yesterday, in a just stellar move, the NCAA said that they are taking a look into the possibility that if you are one of those players, and again, there's not a bunch of them, in volleyball, in basketball, in the winter sports. If you are impacted by this ruling, and if you elect to play during this 2-week period, if on December 27th, I believe it is, when the long-term injunction hearing takes place, an injunction that could make that change permanent for the NCAA, if that ruling does not come to pass, if the injunction does not go the way of the athletes, if it goes the way of the NCAA, and if the protocol, the regulations were to revert back to where they are, that is to say, if immediate eligibility comes right back off the table, the NCAA said, we may deem athletes who played within that window, we may say that was your eligibility. Now you're ineligible again. And also you have now used a year of your remaining eligibility to play. I am blown away consistently with how incredibly apt the NCAA is with constantly making terrible decisions as far as their image goes. Why would you say that? Why would you do that? Why would you effectively threaten the athletes out of playing for this 2 weeks? Hey, if you play and the injunction goes our way, we may say not only are you not eligible for the remainder of this year, but we're going to count that as a year of your eligibility. That's a real good way to make people think that you are a bunch of jerks. So we'll see how that plays out and where that goes from here. We'll talk about that more later on in the radio broadcast. But when we come back here in mere moments from now, I have seen the phrase specifically on the series of tubes and wires that is the internet. I have seen the phrase that blank is ruining college football many times. The transfer portal is ruining college football. NIL is ruining college football. There's all these things out there that are ruining college football. If you have said that statement in the last 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, I would like to invite you onto the radio broadcast. And I would like you to explain to me why that is. Because I think there's a lot of people who say that emotionally. It's not the way that I like it, so therefore it's ruined. And I've not heard a lot of people that are able to articulate why it is that the thing they say is ruining college football is ruining college football. So you were invited on the show at 844-326-3663 to explain to me why the thing that you think is ruining college football is ruining college football. I would like your thoughts, and I would like them next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Smith.
All right, guys, another live read, and we're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Thanks for hanging out.
And are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm
Don't
living with
understand the question, dude.
Dude.
150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you've had an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide or experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides 24/7 compassionate support and connection to trained counselors. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. The Lifeline works. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, just call, text, or chat 988.
Sponsored by Auto Bell Car Wash.
On the first day of December, my true love sent to me an Auto Bell Car Wash e-gift card.
Give the gift of clean with e-gift cards.
Wow, that's some amazing writing right there. Yeah. So glad I got to
Just
witness
mayor is
that.
Max Crosby terrifying.
He's a scary.
He's terrifying,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. You don't want to mess with that
No.
dude anywhere.
No. So
Especially if
We
he
were
like
watching
shows
the
up
game.
at your door, you're like, oh
we were
no.
watching the game last night, and he came on, and they showed him on the sideline, all tatted up. And I'm like, Courtney's like, I wouldn't want to meet him in a dark alley. I'm like, I wouldn't want to meet him in a church.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Anywhere.
The Rob Brown Show rolls on, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Fan Upstate. Listen, I don't do this very often. You guys are always welcome on the phone lines. 844-326-3663. You're always welcome. Calls are always going to go to the front of the line. But very rarely do I say, I want your input. I need your input in this conversation. Yesterday, I was, as I usually do, skimming social media, and our counterpoint over on Offsides with Mark Ryan and Diesel, put up on the Fan Upstate Facebook page a Facebook post. And that Facebook post said, Dabo, by failing to utilize the portal again, has shown that he will not change, or something to that effect. And I think it's a fine discussion to have. And I saw underneath that post a few comments, like multiple comments from people who said the transfer portal is ruining college football. It's ruined. Then, later on in the day, I was skimming around some other sites, getting ready for the show today, and I came across the story of Florida State, who has just lost another player to the transfer portal. It is a running back. It is a running back that was a relatively highly touted recruit when it came in, but he was never really able to break on through to the other side and become a guy that was expected to be a big-time contributor. But apparently, this cat was looking for north of 6 figures worth of NIL deals in order to stay in Tallahassee, Florida next year. And from what it appears, no one in Tallahassee in an NIL collective wanted to come off $100K plus in order to keep this cat in Tallahassee, Florida. And so he is out on his way. Joins a list of players in the Garnet and Gold who will, well, not be in the Garnet and Gold moving forward. And under that social media post was a litany of Florida State comments, many of which said the transfer portal is ruining college football. Then I went and found the story about Oregon and Oregon State, who have shaken hands and said, while we may no longer be conference mates, while we may no longer be both residents of the Pac-12, we would like to keep the rivalry going. And they have signed an agreement to play the Civil War in 2024 and 2025 as a non-conference game between the two. And then you had other people chiming in with teams that have left conferences and their rivals no more. They are no longer rivalry games, as there are not, for a number of those rivals, contracts in agreement to make them non-conference games. And I saw a list of comments under that said conference expansion is ruining college football. And then there's me. And then there's me, who has said, while I don't think the portal is ruining college football, while I don't think that conference expansion is ruining college football, while I don't think that NIL is ruining college football, the one thing that I do think is ruining college football, although it is unavoidable, it is unstoppable, dread it as you wish, run from it as you will, destiny arrives all the same, said Thanos once in a movie. I think that ever-ballooning television contracts ultimately are what are ruining college football. So, with all of that being said, I ask for your input on this show. I ask for your phone call on this show at 844-326-3663. I ask for your text on the carpros.com text line at 71307. I ask for your tweets at the Rob Brown Show, at the Fan Upstate. I ask for your input. If you, ladies and gentlemen, are one of the countless Americans who have said at some point in the last 2 minutes or the last 2 hours or the last 2 days or the last 2 weeks or the last 2 months or the last 2 years that fill in the blank here is ruining college football, I implore you to call into the show right now and explain to me why you feel that way. Because what I saw on a lot of these posts were people saying that fill in the blank here is ruining the game.
Well, you even just said something is ruining the game. I was going to say nothing is ruining the game. If the game is ruined, then it goes away. Is college football going away? No, it's evolving. And whether we like how it's evolved or not, I don't like NIL. I don't like transfer portal. But you know what? I live in reality. I live in now. I can complain about days gone by, but those days aren't coming back. And this thing is not going away. It's only going to evolve into something else. Will there finally be some regulations on it? I don't know. But if I sit here day in and day out and complain, oh, I like how it used to be. I like how it used to. You know what you sound like? You sound old. You do. There's nothing wrong with getting old, but those same people that you complained about when you were like in your 20s, man, I don't get these old people. You're one of those now. Stop it. Okay. Things evolve. Things change, whether you like how they change or not. Just like in your life, things evolve, things change. You adapt, you adjust. You may be melancholy on occasion, but you're not going to change it. Adjust to what it is now.
So I find that interesting.
Sorry, that may have taken away, show prep for the next year for some people, but
I will say a couple of things in response to that. The first thing that I will say in response to that is I appreciate it. I respect it. Frankly, by and large, I agree. By and large, I agree. But there is a concern to me. You said it's not going away. It's not ruined. If it was ruined, it was going to go away. The problem for that is a true statement if you are a fan of a Big Ten school, a Southeastern Conference school, a select number of Atlantic Coast Conference schools, a select number of Big 12 schools, and there's not a Pac-12 anymore. See, if you are a Pac-12 fan, and again, I don't think, but there is one conference in America that fans of schools within that conference say, I am a fan of the conference? Outside of the SEC,
unless it
nobody knows
means
that.
more, and it doesn't mean more anywhere else. So.
Outside of the SEC, nobody else does that. But if you are a member of the institution formerly known as the Pac-12, you can say, oh, it's not going anywhere, but the Pac-12 has gone somewhere. There are rivalry games out there that are going away. Texas Tech is a rivalry game that's going away.
Talking about college football as a whole.
I understand that,
Yes.
but I'm saying you have to me, I think it is important to look at college football in a way that you are looking not at the overall, the 30,000 foot view, but all of the things that make up college football. Now, I've told you guys in the past, in a way that some of you consider blasphemous to some degree, right? I don't care about your traditions. But there's a second half to that statement, which is, but I love that you do. I am not going to do a thing because this is the way that you or your family or your school have always done it. But I respect and I love that you are willing to do that. I think, as I've mentioned many times, the Gator bait chant is the dumbest tradition in football. What is bait? It's used to catch and kill an animal. You should be chanting Gator snacks or Gator lunch or anything else. LSU does it with Tiger bait as well. But that's your tradition. And while I think it's dumb, I love that you love it. Texas A&M's yell leaders are the single dumbest thing in college football. They are the dorkiest, dumbest thing in football. But the Aggies lose their minds over it. While I think that's dumb, I respect that they lose their minds over a dumb thing like that. I think you've got to look at college football from not from a 30,000 foot view, but all the little things that have made for decades and decades college football incredibly special to people. I think that rivalry games are a massive part of that. And so now we're starting to see some of them go away, and we are starting to see some schools, Oregon State deserve to be commended for this, fighting to keep those things alive. One of the things that is going to go away is the story of the underdogs, right? The story of the underdogs, the story of that guy who hung around for 2 or 3 years, waiting and waiting and waiting for his chance. And then finally he gets the opportunity to check in as a, 5th year senior and get some PT. And then he goes out there and balls out and gets carried off the field by his teammates. Those stories are going to be becoming more and more rare because guys are going to be transferring on. Now, again, I don't care. But I understand that that is a part of what has made college football so important and so special and so celebrated over the years. So, with all of those things being said, I am now asking you if you have utilized the phrase over the last couple of days, months, hours, weeks, months, or years, if you have used the phrase that blank is ruining college football, I would love for you to check in with the show right now at 844-326-3663, on the carpros.com text line at 71307, and explain to me why you feel that way. This is not me saying, I think you're wrong and I want to fight you on it. I am actually asking you to take the platform and to deliver your thoughts, deliver your message. Because one of the things that you guys know, I've said on the air before, is you saying, I believe X, does not mean a damn thing to me if you can't explain to me why you believe X. If you can't provide to me the thought process and the logic and the rationalization for how you arrived at conclusion X. So, I have heard this phrase over and over. Blank is ruining college football. And I would like to know from you, what is the thing that you believe is ruining college football, and why do you believe that it is ruining college football? 844-326-3663 is the phone number. CarPros.com text line at 71307. Lonzo, what do we got?
We have Ryan.
Ryan, welcome to the show, big dog. Good to have you, man. Thanks for taking a minute, pal.
What's up, man? How's everything? Almost your vacation time, right?
Oh, dude, I got what do we got? Two hours, 23 minutes, and 13 seconds. Not that I'm keeping track or anything.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Good stuff. So listen, like I've had this conversation so many times at this point, but NIL combined with the transfer portal is ruining college without regulation. Let's be clear, without regulation is ruining college football. The reason why is because there was already competitive imbalance. It was the haves versus the has-nots already by getting the 5-star kids, getting all the talented kids out of high school. But now these same haves and have-nots are pulling these kids from other schools after they see that maybe they whiffed on them in their original recruiting cycle. Maybe they didn't pay any attention to these kids. So like you have schools like Notre Dame pulling Miss Jeter from South Carolina. You have potentially University of Texas taking Juice Wells. You've got, somebody in the ears of these athletes that all they're doing is creating more competitive imbalance in college football, to where years ago, coaches would come to a school and you say, you know what, we got to give him at least 3 years. Let's get out the old coaches, players. Let's see what he can build. Let's see what he can do. Let's give him 3 to 4 years and see what kind of program he can build. We're not giving them that time anymore, because you could be like the University of Oklahoma, where you basically lose your entire offense. You lose your offensive line, you lose your quarterback, you lose everybody in one season. And all of a sudden now, whereas you were trying to build on that and you've got all these veterans coming back for next year, now you're having to start nothing but freshmen and transfer portal kids that are learning a new system. Like, you can't sustain college football when you created a system like the NFL, where it's just college football free agency. There's no regulation. There's no structure around NIL and the transfer portal combined. And it's to me, it's absolutely killing college football.
Would you feel better about the future of the sports, or the feeling that you have about the sport, if there was some sort of legislation, regulation that came down the pipe and tampered down? Because one of the things that I've said, Ryan, first and foremost, is I would love for there to be anti-tampering rules, and I would love for the punishment for an anti-tampering rule violation to be hellfire rain down on a program, right? Because this has got to be very serious. If we find out that an NIL collective connected to your school has had a conversation with a player outside of their entry into the transfer portal, then we are going to, shut down your collective, or, pin a $5 million fine, just something that is a massive, massive punishment to prevent the tampering. Because to me, if a kid goes into the portal because he's looking for a new opportunity, but there's not one guaranteed, then they're, I think, more likely to think a couple of times through about whether or not they really want to go in. Would you be willing to compromise and say, okay, portal NIL stay, but there's anti-tampering rules in place, and if you get caught breaking one, it is going to be a major detriment to your program for a number of years?
Absolutely. I mean, that ties into my point that there needs to be some sort of regulation, like between anti-tampering and, listen, in the NFL, you sign these guys to 4 or 5 year contracts. I think that if you're going to have a kid commit, at this point, you should be able to have them sign a 3-year commitment if you're going to have them commit to your school as part of an NIL deal. Like, I'm with you. I think if tampering is found at, University A, College B, whatever the case is, then yeah, bring the hammer down, SMU those jokers, and let's get some. Let's really make a point. I don't mind NIL. I don't mind the transfer portal. I don't like a guy like Jacob Eason that goes to 5 different colleges in 6 years. But I kind of enjoy the rule that if you transfer multiple times, you have to sit out a year. Part of the reason I didn't like transferring in college sports years ago was because it doesn't matter if you transferred out, you had to sit a year, and I didn't like it. But multiple times, again, it's one of those things that these guys are just going, from one place to another without any sort of regulation. And I'm with you. I think if there's some sort of punishment handed down to these schools, if they're found to be tampering, I'm all for crushing them And I think that you should be able to get these kids who commit to your school, that they have to sign 3-year commitments to come and play for your school for 3 years.
Yeah. So that's something, Ryan, appreciate the phone call. That's something I brought up yesterday is I would be fine with, especially if you get into this new subdivision where the schools can provide NIL deals directly. I would be fine if we stop referring to them as scholarships and start referring to them as contracts and put length of time on there. If you want $100K from our school, fine, but I want a 2-year commitment out of you, right? And you gotta agree to that. And if you break that commitment, you can't go sign somewhere else. Just like there is a non-compete in my contract, there should be one in these. See, I think that's the thing for me. Find a balance. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate.
It's a short break, by the way.
Okay.
I mean, it's still like 2.5 minutes, but it's short compared to the other one. Yes.
Tomorrow afternoon, number 9, North Carolina battles number 14.
All right, we got a few more minutes left in this hour of the radio broadcast. I have asked for your input. If you have used the phrase blank is ruining collegiate football, I would like you to call the show right now at 844-FANFONE. That's 844-326-3663. You're in the car. You're on the way to work. You got a few minutes to burn. Call into the show and let's chat. I would like to provide you with the opportunity to have a discussion, to explain to me the thing that you think is ruining college football and why and how you believe that it is doing so, right? Yesterday, I was on a couple of different topics, on a couple of different websites, social media sites, scrolling around, reading stuff as I was show prepping for today. And I came across the phrase blank is ruining college football about 1,000 times. Transfer portal is ruining college football. NIL is ruining college football. Conference expansion is ruining college football. I saw this phrase over and over. And I came to the realization that most of the time that phrase got used, that was the end of the sentence. It was, this is ruining college football, period, End of conversation. And I was like, all right, but can somebody explain to me how? Can somebody explain to me, like, can you explain to me why you feel that way? And I'm not even saying I'm going to disagree with you. I think Ryan had a good call there a minute ago. I'm a transfer portal fan. I think the transfer portal is good. But I've also said I think the transfer portal sans regulation. And when I say regulation, I'm not talking about the feds need to get involved. I'm not even saying the NCAA needs to come down with like a ton of restrictive rules. I'm saying I think it would be a good idea to allow schools to negotiate scholarships moving forward, right? Hey, listen, kid, you're going to get $100,000 in NIL deals. But if you take this, it's a 2-year contract, right? They're not scholarships anymore. They're contracts. I think that I am on board with the concept of bringing down hellfire on a school if they are tampering. We had a texter a minute ago that said, Rob, to your last caller, prove your tampering accusations. We called out Notre Dame and others for getting to some South Carolina players. Prove it. Players are leaving South Carolina because they suck, not due to tampering. Bring proof or stop your conspiracy theory. I'm good with that text.
Okay, so you're saying 0 players left for more money.
No, what I'm saying is...
No, I'm talking about the texter.
No. I'm going to defend the texter because I'm 100% on board with this text. So I'm going to defend the texter here. I'm going to say the same thing that I said to Shane Beamer when he leveled accusations of tampering. The same thing that I'm going to say to Dabo Sweeney when he leveled accusations of tampering. The same thing that I will level to every other college coach moving forward who says guys are tampering with players. Then tell us who, why, where, when, and how, right? Tell us how. It is the exact same as when somebody says X is happening because the Illuminati or the Freemasons or the globalists or the they are. All right, you got to tell me who they are. You got to tell me who's doing it, how they're doing it, when they're doing it, where they're doing it, and why they're doing it. Otherwise, what the hell do you want me to do about it other than just go, you're right, super smart guy?
Going with your line of thinking, then the texter should prove to us that the players from South Carolina left because the team stinks.
No, they don't have to.
Right.
They don't have to.
Right. So we need proof if they left because of money, but if they left because it stinks,
correct,
that goes
one
without.
Of those things is against the rules. Sorry, scratch that. Not because they left for money. The tampering accusation. If Lonzo says Rob had a donut this morning, nobody's going to go, prove it, Lonzo, prove it. But if you say Rob stole $100 from the gas station this morning, that's an accusation of violating the rules. And you have to prove that.
Everybody knows if Rob ate a donut, there'd be parts of it in his beard. So everyone would know.
Team comedy for the win. But the point here stands. If you are going to say,
wait, was
tampering,
that funny? I
thought it was.
I don't know.
If you are going to say tampering, then you have to prove tampering because that is accusation of a rules violation. And just complaining about it accomplishes nothing. If you are going to complain about a rules violation, but you are unwilling to give me the party who committed the act that was committed, the numbers involved in the act committed, and the process by which the act was committed, then you have nothing, and it's not worth a conversation. I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm not saying there aren't people out there tampering. In fact, I would be willing to say, I bet that there is. But until somebody shines a light on it, then I'm not going to start Here's what it comes down to. I'm not going to start putting regulations that are going to have a greater impact on the kids than the schools just because you think a thing or you claim a thing is happening. Now, you start proving that it's happening. You start calling out coaches and schools and NIL collectives for doing this. You start saying, this NIL collective called this kid on this date and offered this much money. Now we can start doing something about it because then I can start enacting regulations on the collectives and on the schools, not on the kids.
I want to go back to something that you've said many times about making it a contract. So if it becomes a contract, can we stop with the scholar athlete? Can we stop saying scholar
I
athlete?
mean, if the word's that important to you,
No,
sure.
it's 2 words. And so if now you have a contract, then that's proof that it's a business, and that's proof that you're an employee. So you're no longer a scholar athlete.
I mean, if
You might be an athlete that's good in school, but you're there to make money.
if it's that important to you, sure.
Well, words are important. You've mentioned that many
disagree.
times, and I want words to be correct. And so if they have a contract, they can no longer be a scholar athlete.
Again, if it's that important to you, sure, cool, that's fine.
It's
I
just,
would still
it's not just
argue-
important to me, but to many people out there.
I would argue that I am willing to do that in spots where the schools are paying the players, not guy who has a collective from Bob's Used Cars at Montana State University. But if the Buckeyes are paying a guy directly from the school, then yeah, I'm fine to call him an employee.
All right. So Captain America, Chris Evans, DTH, I don't know who that guy is. Sounds like a cool name. Says complaining about rules violations is all football fans
He's
do.
not wrong. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's not. Texter says NIL is killing NCAA football. I think it can be regulated and effective. It would be interesting if there could be limits on the total number of amounts per school for competitive balance. There are salary caps in almost all major sports. Also, would be great if NIL went into a trust fund and money was paid out when your contract was completed. So much money just disappears, which pulls it away from deserving students. Also would help balance kids moving multiple times. All right.
Just so you're not watching anymore because NIL is killing it. So you're not watching it anymore because you can no longer watch it because it's dying. So you're going to move on, right?
I think that
No, you're not. You're still going to watch. You're still going to complain about this isn't right, but you're still going to watch. As we talked about with the Panthers and other things, if you have a problem with it, stop watching. Make a difference. Go read a book or something.
Go outside, nerd.
Reading is fundamental, by the way.
I will respond to that real quick, Texture, because we got to run to a break. I will start with this. I do think it can be regulated and effective, but I think you have to do regulations that do not punish the kids. They punish rules breakers within the organization. The power has to be, the regulations need to be focused on the people who have the power, not the people who are playing into it. Number one. Number two, yes, I understand salary caps in all major sports, and I'm even fine with a cap, but salary caps are a thing in the NFL and Major League Baseball and NHL, not because it's the best idea, but because of a collective bargaining agreement between the players and the league. The players say, we are fine with your team only paying X amount of $1 million in trade for these benefits for us. We want these benefits, and if you give us these benefits, then we're happy to say that we will only take X amount of money out of each individual program. So I am fine with the concept of an NIL cap, but if you're going to do that, you have to do two things. Number one, you have to classify these kids as employees. Legally, you have to classify them as employees. And number two, you must allow them to unionize so that they can negotiate as a union, because the only way a cap's coming into play is if there is a players union at college football that negotiates what they want in return for the salary cap or the NIL cap to be in place. And if you do that, then you're going somewhere. I know where we're going. To this sports flash.
Tag on it. Alabama is set to play Michigan in the college football playoffs, deservedly so, because they're one of the 4 best teams.
You're just being a jerk
And
now.
yes, I am, which makes their most recent hiring interesting. The Crimson Tide have hired ex-Michigan assistant George Hilo to its coaching staff. Hilo served as Michigan's linebacker coach in 2021 and 2022 before being replaced by Chris Partridge, who was fired in the sign-stealing scandal. After a season-long 4-game losing streak, the Carolina Hurricanes have turned it around, getting their second consecutive win 2-1 over the Red Wings last night. If you're an NFL fan, and you should be, we got you covered this weekend with wall-to-wall football Saturday and Sunday starting at 12:30 on your home for the NFL, The Fan, Upstate. I couldn't see his face because I was, reading copy, but I'm sure it was a happy face because I rewrote what he had in there.
travel rides driving through a Christmas wonderland. Tickets and info at upstatelights.com.
All right, Peter, let's go.
CarPro.com. You now have a friend in the car body business, and it doesn't suck, and it's free. CarPro.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Make recycling part of your holiday season. If you get a new computer, tablet, or cell phone this year, recycle your old one by selling it or donating it to charity. Otherwise, dispose of it at a proper e-waste facility. Recycle your Christmas tree by turning it into wood chips and mulch. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different from other money managers. Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks? No.
Will Rob make it back into the room in time because he's having a conversation and I can hear it.
Scholar ploy. That's the new word. Scholar ploy. I like it.
You've been talking to Chris again.
No, he just made a really interesting point that I had not thought about, which is kids on campus constantly get paid by the university to do jobs around the university, right? Like there was a kid in my fraternity who got paid by the university while he was in attendance there to work on campus.
Yeah, but there used to be regulations. You can only make so much money
Sure.
if you're on a sports team.
The point is, nobody was super hard up to call that guy a school employee who also attends, right? Like we're just like he's a student who has a job on campus.
Was he on a sports team?
No, but how's that different?
It is different
Why?
because people on sports teams are superior to all other people,
That's fair.
especially on a campus.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining the stream live and in living color is the hating ass one himself. What's up, buddy?
Good morning to you. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to America. Good morning to.
Hey, save it. We're not on the air yet. This is very dramatic for an off-air conversation, but I appreciate the enthusiasm.
I thought I didn't know.
And he completely ignored
that.
me, which means I'm just going to keep his volume level really
No.
low.
Absolutely, it would never. Lonzo, the hair looks great today, by the way.
Thank you. Yours looks better though.
Oh God.
You know who's doesn't? That guy. There he is.
All right, here we go.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay. Got it. Understood. I have Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show starts now. This is the Fan Upstate, the final show of the year. We will rejoin you on January 2nd of 2024. Already looking forward to getting back on the air with you guys.
Or going on vacation. You're already looking forward to it.
I'm very much looking forward to
I
going
don't
on
know
vacation.
why.
All right?
I don't know why.
Gonna spend a week down in sunny Florida, in the Florida Panhandle, lower Alabama. Come on and raise up, and then I'll be back here for a week in the upstate, just making my way around the beautiful upstate of South Carolina, learning and doing new things. I'm very excited.
I thought you were going to say you were making your way downtown.
I will. I'm going to hit
Okay.
Sparkle City for a day. All right. Going to spend a day over in the Berg. For those of you that are Spartanburgians or whatever the phrase is there, hit me up at rob.brown@thefanupstate.com.
If you
I
are
look
going
forward
to
coming over
Ike's,
there.
you need to let me know because I still haven't been and I want to go.
I will be hitting Ike's. I will be hitting the Clock. I will be
You
hitting
go to
Freight
the
Yard.
You need to go to the Beacon.
I'll be hitting the Beacon. 100%. Like my goal is when I return on January 4th, because the diet's got to be for real starting on the 4th. I'll have less than 8 months until I'm hitched, and I am, and this is a scientific term, fat as hell. So I have got to get the diet going, which means that week between Christmas and New Year's where I'm back in town, but I'm not going to be working, that week is the eat and drink everything in South Carolina tour de force of Rob Brown.
That hot and ready sign will be going in Spartanburg too.
Dog.
And across the street is like the original one. Have you seen it?
I've not.
It's old looking. I mean, of course it's original, so it's old looking, but I think it's a historical property now. So you
Huh.
can check that out.
I mean, listen, Donuts in History. That's like the biography title of Rob Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome to the stream now a young man that I've had the pleasure most days and not so much on others of working with for the last basically 2 years of Saturdays. You have heard me refer to him on this program many times as the hatin' ass one himself. Hatin' ass Mario Herron from the BetQL Network joins us here on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate to talk a little professional shooty hoops. What's up, big fella?
You know what? Can't complain. Living the dream. Lonzo, beautiful hair day, my man. I mean, it's flowing. It's flowing today.
Stop it.
It is,
He
but
doesn't need more of this
listen,
today.
like Mario, I don't need product, but Rob does. That's why he's got a hat on.
Oh,
You get up late, you don't have time to mold and gel and all that stuff that he does to make that thing hang down
Looking
just
this
perfectly
good is not easy, all right? It takes work.
for you.
Correct. And I nailed it, as I always do. Mario, let's jump into some NBA, buddy. Let's talk a little NBA here for just a minute. And I will start selfishly, as I always do, with my own team. What the hell? How do you get blown out by 50 by the Lakers in the tourney and then turn around and go on a 3-game win streak immediately after it, and suddenly Zion's putting up 40 spots and BI's blocking dudes against the top of the backboard? Is my team good or not?
it's like yes and no, I will say. It's funny too because heading into that in-season tournament game, like if you were watching, like Zion was playing decently well. Like he wasn't playing bad there. I believe there's one game where like he was like shooting like 80% from the field. Like he was shooting incredible. And then the tournament game comes and it's like LeBron came to play, AD came to play, which stopped me if you heard that before this year. Reeves came to play, like the whole team came to play. And then it looked like Zion was just like, I'm just ready for the buffet after. Like, I'm just ready for the little Las Vegas buffet, little blackjack. That's what it seemed like he was ready for. And everyone left that going, this team is not for real. The Zion questions came up again. The diet of him came up again. A lot of questions arose again. And then they respond by just one, beating the Timberwolves, who are one of the best teams in the West right now. Yeah, who are insanely good. I mean, I think they're still the first team in defensive rating. Like, they're a hell of a ball club, and they put up 121 on them. And then you beat the Wizards, which is good. You should. You beat them by 20. Good. Whoop their ass. They're terrible. They're an embarrassment to the NBA, so please do that. So now you kind of sit here and you go, all right, well, you got to make up some ground because right now you're ninth, and you got to get above the Rockets because you're way more talented than the Rockets in the Western Conference. I think, honestly, Rob, I would look at them and go, you're mid. You're upper tier mid, like the kids say, you're mid. I don't think they're anything below. I don't think they're anything more. I think they're like upper tier mid right now, and that's where I expect them to be all year. They're the play-in team.
Yeah, I think play-in's fair. I think play-in, and you get the Pelicans that did beat the Timberwolves a couple of nights ago, and they got a shot. I mean, they got a shot not just to make it into the playoffs, but maybe to win a series. Maybe if they're at their absolute best too. I still think they're a piece short. Yeah. And while I hate to say it, man, as much as he has had some games where he's gone lights out, I think the Pelicans have got to be looking for a CJ McCollum, but assist-minded point guard, not a guy who wants to put up 22 threes a game.
Yeah, I think that's definitely their problem is maybe a pass-first point guard that really, really looks for it and sets other guys up, especially when you have Ingram that kind of needs the ball, doesn't really play off ball that great. And then Zion obviously like needs the ball. Like these guys aren't guys that can distribute the ball. The one thing I will say is you have pieces that are like much needed for a championship run. A Herb Jones is much needed for a championship run. Like that, guys like him, it's hard to come by. And the other thing I get really frustrated by watching the Pelicans, why is Dyson Daniels afraid of the basketball? I feel like he gets the ball and he panics. He's like, I'm not supposed to have this. And just gets it out of his hands as quickly as possible.
All right, let's go back over to the East for just a minute. Boston knocks off Cleveland last night, 116-107. They are 18-5. More importantly, they are undefeated at the Garden right now, have not lost a home game. Like, this is starting to feel like the Boston team we've been waiting for it to be. Porzingis has gotten into the mix now. You're getting nights where Tatum and Brown are both putting up in the upper 20s. I think 27 and 22 last night off the top of my head. This Boston team is good, but they've also been this year, I think, flying under the radar a little bit. Like, and when I say that, I mean, obviously we all know that they're good, but like they're not getting hyped like some of the other teams with superstars are when it comes to the advertisements and the nationally televised primetime games and all that. This team, though, like it feels to me like Boston is one of the more complete games. Do they have the depth, though, to make a run?
I think they certainly do. And to your point, like with the media, I think now we're at the point in Celtics where people in the media look more ways to fade them and say why they can't do it than why they can, right? Like we don't appreciate their greatness, really. It's more of, all right, what are the weaknesses in that? I think this team's deep enough. I think bearing injuries, obviously Porzingis does miss a good amount of time, but like they're 12-4 versus teams that are 500 or better. Like that's pretty damn good. And we're at the point, we're coming to Christmas time. Merry Christmas to you and yours. Happy holidays. But at this point in time, if you know what you are as an NBA team, like it's no more we're figuring things out. You know what you are. And right now, the Boston Celtics are number 1 in the East, and they're 18-5. And Tatum's playing great right now. Jaylen Brown's exceptional. Derek White, who's one of the most underpaid, one of the most slept on players in the NBA, is playing exceptional for him. And I think what they kind of need and what they'll maybe go for before this trade deadline is just one more little bench guy that they need. Like, it depends how aggressive they really want to get with it, but I think that's what they need. And hopefully they don't get the Drew Holiday of last year where Jimmy Butler was his father. And, Jimmy Butler took out his pocket and he just held his pocket and followed him around the whole time. Hopefully they don't get that Drew Holiday. Hopefully they get a good defender and they can win. But they're second in net rating right now, first overall in the East, Rob, and I believe in them. I think, don't get me wrong, though, I'll say this. I think this is the year the Sixers finally get him, though.
Mario Herron from the BetQL Network joining us here on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate talking a little NBA. Give me a breakdown on that. Like Philly, obviously, after the blow up of the last couple of years and all the drama that's been happening on the court there, like Philly kind of lost the interest of America. They're not a team we've talked about a lot lately. They're still a pretty good squad. Not a team we talked about lately. Do you think they're that much of a threat to Boston and the rest of the East?
So I think they're going to make some big trade move because that's Daryl Morey at the deadline. That they're going to get some key piece, and that's going to be even more important. But right now, this year, it is December 15th, 2023. I like the Sixers to win the East, like 110%. They lose James Harden. That's the best thing that's ever happened to Tyrese Maxey. He takes a huge step. His shot creation's better. The way the offense flows is better. And Joel Embiid looks like less pressure's on his shoulders. Oh, by the way, he's leading the league in scoring once again, so give it to him. And then on top of it, Nick Nurse is a hell of a defensive coach. He's a hell of a coach. The Sixers are right now number 2. No, they're number 1. Number 1 net rating. They are one of the best offensive teams in the league. They're second in offensive rating. They dominate teams. They have everything you need to win a title. I think this is the year that they can finally get over Boston. Nurse can outcoach Missoula because, by the way, Missoula still a first grader when it comes to closing minutes in a game. I think they can do it this year. Out of any of the years, I'll go ahead and buy stock. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But give me a Philly cheesesteak. Let's watch Rocky. Give me the Sixers.
All right, I like it. Let's talk about your team, or at least the team you're closest to, the Chicago Bulls. We found out last night, apparently Zach LaVine has asked for a trade. He wants to go to L.A. He played at UCLA. He's also got his work with Clutch Sports, which is the same agency LeBron works for, so there's a tie there. Like, all right, man, like I think everybody who wants a trade wants to end up at L.A. at some point in their career. But to me, and you've still got to worry about DeMar DeRozan and what the negotiations with him look like moving forward. But Zach LaVine wanting out of Chicago. The Bulls are 9-16, the 4th worst record in the East right now. Is there any hope about this Bulls team? Like, I'm looking for reasons to believe that the Bulls will one day find their way back into the competitive mix of the NBA, and I'm just running out of belief that they will.
I've run out of belief, and then I stopped and I stared at someone with an afro. Someone has a little space in between his teeth, has a little bit of a lisp, but he's my beautiful son of a gun. That is Kobe White. And Kobe White, we trust. We've been on his points props for 6 games in a row, and he keeps going over Rob. So I'm going to kiss him on the lips for that because God bless him. But this Bulls team, look, Levine, it's hard to find hope right now. But I think the good thing is we now know Levine's truly not the guy. Like, he's not it. Like, Levine goes out of lineup, the offense suddenly just opens up. Kobe White becomes a better playmaker. His shot creation just takes a whole nother step. You even watched the Heat game last night. They start doubling him off screens. They start applying more ball pressure, and he starts finding teammates. And he has a career high in assists last night. That just goes to show, like, next step he's taken. And they're doing all this without Levine. Levine, get the hell out. I'll move Levine out myself. I will get the U-Haul. I will do it myself. I want him out. He's done. Thank you. Look, the problem with Levine is he kind of developed under coaching and under his play style of take whatever shot you want. And then now that we're in this window where they were competitive, Lonzo Ball kind of got him those chances, but then took it away when he needed to. They didn't have anyone to do that. Then he takes these selfish, stupid shots. Now he wants out. Gladly go. Go to LA. I don't care. Spurs has been rumored a place he wants to go. Please go. As long as you go to Lakers and then we can get someone like an Austin Reeves back, that's hope. I'm fine with that. DeMar wants out. Okay, send him to Miami. Who do we get back? Tyler Hero? That's fine. You want to send us Jaquez back? That's fine. Like, let's get young talent. Get a little rebuild. I think Kobe White is one of the cornerstones you have to rebuild after. And then I'm also fine with shipping out Caruso, man. Because like you said, this team, they're 10-16 right now. They're not going to do anything. Like, I don't want to be stuck in purgatory. But get Levine the hell out. And then if DeMar wants to go, Caruso wants to go, hey, I'm fine with that.
All right, last team I'm going to ask you about before we move on. We've got Mario Herron from the BetQL Network joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Obviously, there's been a lot of drama around this team with guys like Miles Bridges. There have been the injuries to LaMelo Ball over the year. There was optimism around the Charlotte Hornets this year. A lot of us believe, like, this might be the year that this team could finally take a step forward. Instead, Charlotte is third from the bottom in the East right now. They are 7-15. The only 2 teams that they are better than are the 3-20 Wizards and the 2-22 Detroit Pistons right now. This franchise is so frustrating to me, Mario, because I look at this team on paper and it looks like they're good enough to be at least a play-in team, but for whatever reason, be it injuries or off-the-court drama or whatever, they just can't string success together. Is there any hope that this franchise can eventually find its way to success?
No. I'm sorry,
cool.
no. Yeah.
Good talk. Good talk.
Yeah. I mean, they have the 8th hardest schedule remaining right now in the NBA, so, like, things are only going to get worse. Like you said, there's young talent there. Like, Ball's, obviously a very good player. Brandon Miller looks like he's coming to his own a little bit. There's flashes. But this is also, like, a time, though, in the East where, like, it's just jam-packed right now. Like, the East is just – it's packed. Like, even the lower teams right now, like the Nets, they're a nightmare. The Cavs, okay, Garland and Mitchell, and then you have Mobley defending the paint. Okay. I mean, that's tough. And then, like, the team above you, the Bulls – there's 3 All-Stars on that team, possibly 4 with Kobe White this year. Like, that's a gauntlet. Like, that's not fun. And so I think the conference is just jam-packed, so it's hard to kind of see the rise of the Hornets. And I just think there's no energy in that team. Like, I watch that team, I go, there's no energy. There's no excitement. Like, when the Spurs sucked last year and would go to the games with my parents and my mom would go, I don't think they're going to get any better. I'm like, Mom, but there's an energy to this team. Like, there's something there. Like, someone's molding something. Like, you can see, like, a little bit brightness at the end of the tunnel that's clearly coming. I don't think that's going to happen for a while at the Hornets. So 8th rain schedule, it's going to get a little bit worse. Sorry to them. But hey, it could be worse. It could be the Pistons.
Could be the Pistons. Mario Herron from the BetQL Network. He is an NBA insider. He is also our producer on Bet for the Cycle every Saturday from noon to 4 on the BetQL Network and fine Odyssey stations everywhere. He joins us on Fridays at 8 a.m. to talk professional shooting hoops. My dude, out for the next couple of weeks. Am I on Bet for the Cycle? I know you and Cody are going to hold it down, but I will see you in the new year, brother.
Hey, have a great vacation. Happy New Year. Happy holidays. Lonzo, I'll miss you more.
I don't doubt it. I'll miss you also. I won't miss Rob.
I feel
though.
like I've made a grave mistake putting the two of you together on the show.
Oh,
I feel like I have
we've
absolutely botched
only
this.
just begun.
I know. I'm now realizing the greatest mistake I've made in 2023.
Storms are brewing.
Bye, Mario. Mario Heron, hating ass Mario from the BetQL Network here on the show. We got to run to a break. When we come back, the voice of the Furman Paladins, Dan Scott, joins us to talk Paladin basketball and a little charity drive he's got going on for Christmas that he would like your help with. We'll talk to Dan Scott when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, Mario, appreciate you, big dog. For everybody else, we got a live read. We will be right back. We are talking with Dan Scott, the voice of the Furman Paladins, here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. All right, Dan, let's jump into this thing. We knew, I think, with the loss of Slauson and some of the other stars from last year, that this was going to be maybe a little bit more of a challenging year for Furman than a tournament run, a SoCon conference title was last year. Can you talk to me a little bit about what the attitude of this team was entering this season and the attitude of this team as they are, again, have been presented with a challenge of replacing a lot of points offensively, a lot of stances on the floor defensively. What did Bob Ritchie, what is this team trying to accomplish this year as they try to find the guys who are going to step into those roles?
Well, I think the attitude has been fine, number one. And I think the goal and what they want to accomplish is pretty much what they try to accomplish every year. That's win the Southern Conference and get to the NCAA tournament. And so they got 7 players returning off of that team that made the run last year. Now, the 2 that you lose, of course, Bothwell and Slauson, are 2 pretty significant pieces. But still, you've got a lot of experience coming back. The 2 main issues with this team have been injuries, number one. They have just been racked by injuries all preseason long, and Marcus Foster is still out and will be back sometime mid to late January, depending on how his rehab on the sprained MCL goes. So that's been one thing. They've only had, I think maybe 3 games all season where they've had a full 9-man rotation. So that's been one issue. And then the other issue has been kind of something they experienced last year, and that is trying to get their bearings about them defensively. And once they got that nailed down last year, that's when things kind of took off. And it's interesting to me that they're kind of in that same boat here early on in this season, trying to get their bearings defensively. But I'll tell you what, Rob, the Southern Conference, and I'll have to thank Bob Ritchie for this stat. Southern Conference as a whole has played 16 games against top 50 competition in the KenPom ratings. Furman has played 6 of those, and nobody else has played more than 2. So when we get to conference play, this team is going to be battle tested. They've just got some things they have to clean up, taking care of the basketball, being better, guarding off of the dribble. And once they do that, I think when we get to league play, they're going to be fine.
You go back and you look, I mean, this Arkansas team that they played a couple of weeks ago to a 97-83 loss. I mean, it was a 5-point game at halftime. It really wasn't until very late that Arkansas pulled away. That's a 6-3 SEC squad. They are 5-1 at the house, and I think their only loss came to a very good team at home. Those are the types of games that I think if you're just kind of perusing the score sheet and just write it down as an L, doesn't really tell the story of what this team is about. I would say the same thing about the loss in overtime last night to Tulane. You lost the first half by 12. What do you do in the second half? Come out, win that thing by 12, and give yourself a chance. I think if you just look at a 5-6 record right now without entering SoCon play, I kind of think that, I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend the great Bill Parcells with the you are what your record says you are. Sometimes it doesn't, Dan Scott, and I wonder if that's not the case here.
I agree with you, but you also then have to look at the story within the story. In the 2 games you mentioned, Arkansas last Monday and then last night, the double overtime loss to Tulane. What you can't do is what Furman has done in those games. You know, they got down 20 to Arkansas in the second half and came storming back and got to within 6. And there were still a couple minutes left in the game, and Arkansas did a good job of handling the pressure. Got a couple of run-out baskets at the end. That was probably more a 7 or 8 point game than a 14-point deficit. Last night, the Paladins get down 16 in the second half and come storming back. And actually, you know, we thought they had won the game with the Big East shot at the end, but you can't keep putting yourselves in those situations. I mean, you can talk about all of the the grit, determination, fight that this team has. They never give up, they never quit, and all of that is true. But it's a hard way to make a living if you keep getting down double digits in the second half and you're always fighting uphill. So will that happen once you get into conference play? Probably not as often. But I think to a man, even without Marcus Foster, Furman tells you they should have won the Princeton game. They lost on a last-second shot. They should have won last night. Thought we had won the game last night. And then there's, a couple other things go right in the Arkansas game, and you can make the argument they had at least a better than even shot of winning that one. They didn't win any of them, and that's where the record says you are what the record says you are. But I still believe that this team is going to be very good when they get into conference play, when all the pieces are back and they get some of these issues that traditionally under Bob Ritchie they've been very good at, taking care of the basketball and defending. And I think they'll get those things straightened out.
Dan Scott, voice of the Furman Paladins, talking a little Paladin and shooty hoops with us here on the radio broadcast. This is a coach in Bob Ritchie, obviously, that is very big on developing players both on and off the floor. And one of the things that has struck me in the last couple of years when I've got the opportunity to come watch this team, cover this team on and off in different capacities and different roles, it has always impressed me the mental fortitude, the mental makeup of this team. They are a team that they've taken some L's, and it seems like every time they take an L, they're almost on a different level of toughness when they come back in the very next game. This one, a heartbreaker last night. They've got the opportunity in just a couple of days, 4 days from now, to get one on Presbyterian back at the house. Are we going to see that same type of attitude out of this team when the Blue Hose come calling on the 19th?
If we don't, I'll be the most shocked person in the arena. And I think you make a really good point. Surprisingly, perhaps to some of your audience, but sorry, I couldn't help myself.
It's okay. Lonzo's been on my case all day, Dan. You're just the next in line, buddy.
I figured that was the case. But this team has shown mental toughness, and they've gone through so much adversity already this season, primarily with the injuries, as I mentioned. But the motto for the team last year when they had some issues, not quite like this in the preseason, but they had some, it was, finding purpose in the pain. And Bob brought that up again on the post-game radio show yesterday. Look, he was devastated last night. He was as low as I've seen him, but he always finds a way to end on a positive note. And he said that he's more confident in this team now, perhaps, than he was even, a week or 10 days ago, even though it's been a tough stretch because of the way they fight, because of the way that they're starting to play for one another. And everything else is going to come. Everything else those are things that can be fixed in practice. And I think the most important stretch of this season is coming up between the end of the Presbyterian game and the Anderson University game on the 30th, when they'll have 11 days. The guys will be gone for 2 or 3 of those days for Christmas. But to actually have that kind of practice time, which you don't have during the season, I think that's going to be a big stretch for this team to get some of these defensive issues and other things straightened out.
Does, and this is really, I'm asking more out of curiosity than necessarily applying it to this team, though I do think it does apply, Dan Scott. You've done this for a while. You've been around college basketball for a while. What does a Christmas break do to a team? What does getting to go home for a couple of days or getting away from the game for a couple of days? Can that kind of change the attitude? I mean, listen, I don't think this team has a bad attitude at all, but I also know you talk about the number of guys returning, not guys that are necessarily used to taking L's more than they get dubs. Can a Christmas break followed by jumping into conference play a few days afterwards, can that serve as maybe a bit of a reset button for this team?
I think it's good regardless of the situation, because college athletics, as you know, has become such a year-round thing now. I mean, when the the spring semester ends, the players get to go home for maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and then they're back during the summer school sessions, taking summer school courses and doing the workouts that the NCAA allows during the summertime. So there's not a whole lot of time for them to get away and unplug. So do I think that, getting to go home for 2 or 3 days over Christmas is going to be good for this team? Absolutely. I think it's going to be good for every team that gets an opportunity to do that. But when you've had the stretch that they've had, there is something to, being able to take a little bit of a mental break from it. So that's why this Presbyterian game on Tuesday, I think, is a lot bigger than most people think it's going to be. They need to go into that break with some positive vibes, get a chance to unplug a little bit, come back, have one final tune-up with Anderson College or Anderson University on December the 30th. And then on January the 3rd, it is nothing but Southern Conference play the rest of the way. So, yeah, I think the break will do them good.
We are talking with Dan Scott. He is the voice of Your My Hour, Furman Paladins. Dan, before we let you go, I know you've got a little bit of a Christmas philanthropic effort that you are putting on, and I would love to give you a minute to talk a little bit about it with the Armada.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. Some people may know, some may not. A couple of years ago, I started a brand new 501c nonprofit called Grand Slam Ministries, and it's multifaceted. We're really just, kind of getting things underway and rolling and trying to get funded, but we've got some core missions, sharing God's love, but one of the core missions is helping children. And back in the old days of a radio show I used to do on a station that will remain nameless, we did Christmas projects every year. And the opportunity was presented this year for us to help a family with 9 children that is in desperate need. And the way that we've always done this is we vet the process through guidance counselors at the local middle schools and or high schools to make sure that the need is legit. We've done that. It is a legitimate need. Every report we get, these kids are all great students. They're all wonderful, wonderful young people, and their parents are good people. It's just a tremendous struggle for them right now. And the reality is that with a week plus before Christmas, if something's not done, it's going to be a very bleak time for this family. So we have decided to take up the mantle and try to help. And we didn't realize when we said we'd do it, the undertaking that it was going to be with 9 children plus mom and dad. So we're having to double down our efforts to try and get this done. So what I'm asking your listeners to do is to help us make this possible. Go to our website, grandslamministries.org or danscottshow.org. It's basically the same place. And there's a tab there where you can make a donation. And if you'll do that to help us provide Christmas for this family, and we're talking about not just, frivolous gifts. We're talking about some basic needs for these kids and for mom and dad, food, clothing, those type of things that need to be accomplished. If you'll go there, you make a donation, it automatically generates a tax receipt for you. It's a tax deductible donation because we're a 501c3, and you can have a part in helping make a very bleak situation turn into a Merry Christmas for a family that desperately needs our help. And it doesn't matter. You can donate $10, you can donate $100, you can donate $1,000. I don't care how much it is. We just need to get some people helping us out here. So that's grandslamministries.org or danscottshow.org. And there's a tab that you can click to donate. And if you guys would do that, I can't tell you how much it would mean to us. And you can help us share the love of Christ to this family that not only needs it, but deserves it, because they've got some really hardworking youngsters in that family who need a break right now.
So there you have it, grandslamministries.com, danscottshow.com, and of course you can also
ORG.
Yep, sorry. I'll get there eventually, Dan. You said it like 17 seconds ago. Did you expect me to remember? Come on. You can also follow Dan on Twitter at Dan Scott Show, and there's a link to the website right there on the Twitter account as well. How about that?
There you go.
Dan Scott, the voice of the Furman Paladins. Again, if you can pitch in, danscottshow.org is a wonderful way to do it. Dan, you are the man, big dog. Thank you very much. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas to you, buddy.
Thank you, Rob. Lonzo, get him another cup of coffee or something. Wake him up this morning.
I might have to resort to smacking, but I'm not above that.
Well, you're on video. That might actually bring in some donations. You know, every time you smack him, somebody gives some money. Do that. Would you please?
I like how you're thinking. I think we're going to have to institute that. He's all for it. I can tell by the look on his face.
You guys having a good time? Everybody having a good time right now?
Hey, Rob, thank you, my friend.
You got it, Dan. Thank you, buddy. Dan Scott, the voice of the Furman Paladins, joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. When we come back here in just a minute, we got a bunch of your text that we need to run through, and Lonzo and I have a complaint. We're going to get back on the same page, all right? It is the holiday season. It is about peace and goodwill and harmony amongst men. And Lonzo and I have something to be hateful about together. And we will do it coming up on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. What?
You keep doing it. It's you. Yeah. Okay. At first, I didn't know what happened, but I saw you do it this time. I saw you bang the table or whatever that is. What would you consider that? I mean, the thing in front. I mean, what would that be called? I don't know.
Technically, it would be an island, but
well, it's more like a peninsula. But I mean, because
it's connected. Is it connected over there?
Yeah,
connected to the wall.
Yeah, it is. Well, kind of. I mean, this is all right. There's like 2 islands back to back.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think I would just call it a desk. I feel like desk because it serves the role of
that
desk.
works. It's a tall desk.
It's a tall desk.
Okay.
Hello, Rachel James, Chris Evans, BTR, Mario, Josh. Mario left, but you get it.
Sanders with the Sports Flash on the Fan Upstate.
Up to minute upstate traffic. Still a couple of problems here and there, not too bad. South and I-385 near Roper Mountain Road. You've got a 3-vehicle wreck. That right lane blocked. Emergency equipment on the scene. So we are seeing some delays there. Also a crash on Buncombe Street and Atwood Street. They're waiting on tow trucks. And South and I-85, that is still really slow. South of Brockman, McClyman, as you make your way down towards Pelham Road. From the News Talk 98.9 WRD Traffic Center, I'm Lauren Houston on the Fan Upstate.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with.
The Upstate Holiday Light Show has a new location, the District Park at the intersection of 123 and 153. Millions of new lights, carnival rides, a petting zoo, and pony corral. Open.
What are you doing tomorrow night?
UpstateLights.com.
Yeah, hockey?
No, I'll probably be packing for the trip. If I get done with that during, so we're going tomorrow because I'm off from the show tomorrow.
I just want to say I have an open chair tomorrow.
Yeah, no, and
you haven't been on all year.
And no, Steven, I'm not going on the wall.
It was close though.
Goldberg.
It was so close.
It really was. We're going to her family's and doing Christmas with them tomorrow. And then depending on if I make it back in time and I can get everything if we make it back in time and I get everything packed up, I may come up here and sit in on the show. But I will let you know when we leave Anderson County.
Well, I'm not going to count on it,
I wouldn't
but
either.
if you do, cool. Because I just found out in a roundabout way that Matthew won't be there tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
So it will just be me and Cameron and Odie, which is amazing. I mean, but still, it could be even more amazing.
It could.
Because I still haven't managed to have you and Odie on a show together yet.
Have not.
And
I feel like Odie and I
could dread it too.
I was going to say, I
yeah.
think Odie and I would end up aggravating you off the radio.
Oh, no. Off the air, I'm not worried about. It's on the air.
Oh, no, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like getting to the point that you're like, we have to end the show now. Goodbye, everyone.
Nah, I'm not doing it. That's when I call in my enforcer by the name of Pappy, and he settles everything down because, of course, that's what he does.
It is the holiday season, a time for peace and love and joy and harmony, and for all of us to just be one with each other in fellowship. And that is why Lonzo and I are going to come together for just a brief moment here and get back on the same page in our hatred, spite, and rage for something that both he and I have noticed in the last, really, I don't know, couple of years, maybe this has become a thing. Lonzo, you went and saw a movie yesterday evening.
I did. I went to see Willy Wonka, by the way. And for the review of said movie, tune into the Upstate Pulse tomorrow night, 7 to 9 p.m., 98.9 WRD. Anyway, I almost got up and went to talk to the manager. I never do that. I never do. It takes a whole lot. But theaters have started playing commercials. I get it. And they're down a little bit as far as after COVID. I don't think they've completely recovered. I think Barbie and Oppenheimer are kind of an anomaly because I've been in the theater for a bunch of other stuff and not nearly as crowded. Last night, there were like, I don't know, 10 of us in there, which is fine. And it could have something to do with what people think the movie's going to be. But the movie's supposed to start at 6 o'clock. It did not. Commercials started at 6 o'clock. The commercials ended at 6:10. Then they did the little, turn your phone off thing, which technically is a promo, but also a commercial. Then they played a couple more commercials before they went into trailers. So the actual movie didn't start till about 6:27 when it was supposed to start at 6. So 10 minutes plus of commercials. Not only there weren't 10 different commercials, there were repeats. And I remarked to my wife, this is why we have DVR. And which is maybe one of the reasons why people stay at home. And I get maybe one has to do with the other. They have to play more commercials because less people are coming. But people who do come see too many commercials and they decide not to come to the theater anymore. I don't know. It's out of hand.
So I do think that movie theaters have not recovered since the pandemic. I 100% agree with that. And I think to some degree, I'm part of that because I very much used to be about a movie a month guy, right? Like it was a thing to me to head down to the theater, pick a movie that month I really wanted to see, spend too much money on a ticket, buy a big thing of popcorn with extra butter, et cetera, et cetera. Big fan. In 2023, I was counting this earlier when we initially had this discussion. I think I saw 3 movies this year in theaters. We saw the D&D movie back in April, whatever it was. I saw Spider-Man.
That was like the last time you and I did anything together outside of that was a long time ago.
It was. We saw the D&D movie. I went with some of the boys to see the Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse movie. And there was one more. I didn't see Barbie or Oppenheimer in theaters, but I saw one. I can't remember what it was. It was like way back at the beginning of the year. But I've seen 3 movies this year in theaters. And part of the reason why is, number one, I now have a 75-inch TV. Sitting on my couch 10 feet from the TV makes it almost the same size as sitting 70 feet away from a movie screen. Number two, obviously, it is dramatically cheaper. I have, I think, 6 different streaming services that I pay for right now. A couple of them sports, most of them movies and television shows. All of them combined monthly are less than the price of 2 movie theater tickets, a large popcorn, and 2 Diet Cokes, right? I pay less a month to have 6 subscription services than I do to go to the movies one night. And I get to see it on a better quality screen, unless you're paying IMAX, in which case now the movie tickets are even more expensive to get the same HD that I get on the nice TV at the house.
By the way, I was in IMAX, so that made it worse because I got to see the commercials bigger.
Yeah, that's it. And on top of that, while there are still theater exclusive movies, for instance, I will likely go see Godzilla -1 sometime next week. A lot of these movies are coming to the streaming networks faster than they ever had before. They're out of theaters for 3 months and then they're on the streaming. So as long as it is not something that I've got to work to actively avoid spoilers in a movie, and I think most people have kind of gotten to the point where we all agree like 6 months is about the spoiler term, then I just kind of hang out for a while. And I'm going to get it on streaming and I can watch it at the house with a 75-cent packet of microwavable extra butter popcorn. Now you add on to that fact that you're going to tell me a movie starts at 6. You're going to, now, if you had told me, Zoe, there were 27 minutes worth of trailers, 27, which by the way, why do we call them trailers? They don't trail the movie. They should be called preceders. But that's a dumb argument.
And a lot harder to spell.
If you were going to tell me there's 27 minutes of trailers before a movie, I'm not going to love it, but like, okay. Like at least I'm getting to see a bunch of what's coming out to start making.
You know what you're going to do? You're going to show up at like 6:25. That's what you're going to do if you know there's going to be 27 minutes.
Yeah. But even still, like I'm a big movie trailer guy. I love the previews. I am the one dude in my friend group that's like, y'all come in when you're ready. I'm going to go watch the previews because I like knowing kind of what's down the pipe and I can start making my plans and all that. 27 minutes of previews, I'd at least go, okay, they're providing me some level of entertainment. When we went to see the Into the Spider-Verse movie a while back, there was like insurance agency commercials and not like fun, but who are the chefs commercials. Just like, hi, this is Amy. I work at your local real estate company and I want you to come. And I'm like, at least make them movie themed. You know what I mean? Like at least make them good. And then they always have like a 2-minute ad for the movie theater that I'm already in. I'm already here. You don't need to advertise the movie theater in the movie theater. You literally have my money already. You don't need to advertise the concession stand. I'm at it. I am here. Now, granted, that's kind of hypocritical from Lonzo and I who run commercials for this show in this show. I get it. But we're trying to tag people who are on the way by. If I am in the movie theater, I am clearly here to do the thing that you have me here for. If I am in the movie theater, if I wanted popcorn, I would have gotten popcorn. I don't need a 30-second commercial for popcorn. I'm fat. I'm already eating the popcorn, dude. I don't need it. I got to tell you, like, I am not shocked. And I don't need anybody to explain, like, oh, you know, Rob, the movie theaters only charge that much because, you know, they don't make the profit off the film. They only make profit from what they sell. I totally get that. But do you understand that doesn't change the fact that $14 for a large popcorn, and then I got to watch 30 minutes of bad local insurance agency commercials to get to the movie I paid $90 to see, it doesn't really give me a reason to come do it anymore. Like, I am not shocked that theaters are struggling. Now, there are theaters. Have you heard of the Alamo Drafthouse? Have you heard of this concept?
It's probably a restaurant bar type thing.
It is a bar movie theater, right? So instead of sitting in rows of seats where you sit there and watch a movie, it's like a bar. There are tables and you sit at tables or in recliners, and there are waitresses that come to your table. So it's more of a dining and drinking experience. And also there's a movie theater here versus the other way around. That concept's taking off right now, because when you're asking me to watch 27 minutes of terrible locally filmed commercials before I get to the movie, yeah, I'm not paying you $90 for that, dude. I'll just wait till it's out on streaming. We are about to Sports Flash.
Yeah, I'm equally as excited about the Sports Flash. Thursday Night Football got out of hand quickly and stayed that way as Las Vegas and their Raiders demolished the Los Angeles Chargers 63-21, scoring the third most by any team in the Super Bowl era. The Raiders had 2 defensive touchdowns for the first time since 2006, while Jacoby Myers became the second Raider in history with a passing and receiving touchdown in the same game. Raiders rookie quarterback Aiden O'Connell threw for 248 yards and 4 touchdowns. While conference expansion is threatening rivalry games across America, at least one will stay alive. For now, Oregon and Oregon State have signed an agreement to keep the Ducks and Beavers on the field for at least 2 more years as a non-conference game in the middle of the season. Hey, we are your home for NFL football. We got you covered this weekend. Wall-to-wall football, Saturday and Sunday, both days starting at 12:30, right here on The Fan, Upstate. Yay, my last Sports Flash for 2 weeks. Woo!
At Lowe's, save big when you buy in bulk. Get 10% off select OSB sheathing when you buy 68 or more. Plus, save an extra 5% every day on eligible purchases when you use your Lowe's business credit account. Visit us in-store or online for low prices on the materials you need, because Lowe's knows pros. The selection varies by location, while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. 5% off for subject to credit approval. Exclusions and terms apply. See store at Lowe's.com/credit for details.
I really hope that your Friday workday goes as fast as ours has today so far, because it has flown by.
It moved? Let's move. The Upstate Holiday Light Show here too in District Park. Where's District Park? At the intersection of 123 and 153 near Greenville Begins Speedway. They have millions of incredible Christmas lights and music, a giant Christmas tree, a 600-foot long light tunnel, carnival rides, and even a petting zoo and pony corral.
Upstate Holiday Lights sounds great for the family. How do we get tickets?
You can get info and buy tickets and fast passes at upstatelights.com. We went last year and the kids loved it. It's a Christmas.
Because, it's like 9 o'clock. When did that happen? I don't know.
Don't let the days go by. Glycerin.
No need to ask what's playing in the hallway. Was that Bush? I think. Yeah.
Chris and I were having a conversation about early 2000s, what I call butt rock,
Hi, it's Jennifer Coolidge. I just got
including Bush
charge on my card.
No problem. We make sure
and our affinity for it.
unauthorized purchases on your Discover card.
Why do you call it butt rock, Rob?
Because, and he asked me the same question, and I realized that I hadn't really done a deep dive as to where I came up with the term butt rock or where society came up with the term butt rock.
I don't know if society did it because this is the first time I've
It is
heard
because,
of it.
and I only know that because Joey B and I were talking about Cody Rhodes' theme song, which absolutely
By the
fits
way,
into the rock genre.
you did the thing again
Well, I didn't even. What the hell?
because you were.
I didn't even touch the.
No, you did it. You did it a little bit earlier. I forgot to mention it to you before you walked out. Once you like move the mouse on the other side.
And I think we came up with the thought that we call it that because the music's but we like it.
Is it? Well,
Yeah.
I mean, okay, maybe I get it, what you're saying, but.
Yeah. The final hour of the show, the final hour of the week, the final hour of the year is here, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown, the Griffin Lonzo on the ones and twos. Glad to have you along for the ride for the final 60 of 2023. Want to let you know that Maggie and Perloff and CBS Sports Radio will be carrying you in this time slot for the remainder of 2023. They do some excellent work on Maggie and Perloff. So make sure you stay tuned every morning to the Fan Upstate, and we shall make our triumphant return on the second day of the first month of the 2024 year. And we look forward to it greatly.
I can't wait to find out what your favorite Christmas gift was.
It's kind of weird. I have said for years, in a, I don't know, relatively controversial take, that I find gift registries tacky, right? Like I've always kind of found it, I just find them tacky. Like, I'm coming to your wedding, I'm going to get you a gift. I just never got down with the concept of being like, here's a list of gifts that you may buy for me, right? Like, for whatever reason, I've just always found gift registries to be kind of tacky.
Do they have those for Christmas?
Well, they do when you're younger. We call them a Christmas list.
Right.
Right? It's
Well,
a gift registry.
by the way, you can still do it when you're old. I
100%.
I give my wife a list of things I would like every Christmas.
See, I'm uncomfortable doing that for some reason. I guess it's because for me, when I purchase gifts for people, it's because I see something that makes me think of you or whoever I'm buying it for and go, this person will like this thing and they will not see it coming.
All right. So I'm going to go for you. It's going to happen a little bit quicker, but let's say married life 5 years down the road. Then suddenly the stuff that you think, oh man, she's going to like this, you find it like 3 months later and it's unopened. So I mean, so once you get to a certain point, it's better to say, hey, what do you want? Because you don't want to waste your money on something that they're not going to use or wear or whatever.
See, I think I'd rather just be good at giving gifts that I know is going to be utilized.
Okay, you could. I figured
But
you'd
I'm
go down that road.
idealistic. I'm
I mean,
idealistic.
well, that's what it is because I was really good at it for a long. I don't believe that my gift giving prowess has dropped off. I just believe that it's better to save money by buying something that they want.
So, and maybe that will be the case. I don't know.
I've even threatened, hey, if you don't give me a list and tell me what you want, take all my gifts back. I don't want them because Christmas is more about giving than it is receiving. And if I can't give you something, I don't want something.
I will also say, so first off, the thought behind this primarily for me is like weddings and baby showers and stuff like that. Like baby shower, yes. If you're going to register for like diapers, I understand that.
And make sure you invite Rob to all of those because he loves them.
Hate a baby shower. Hate baby showers. If I've come to yours, consider it the ultimate mark of friendship. Okay?
You're
Hate 'em.
welcome.
Hate 'em.
You are
welcome. Weddings to some degree, I understand because, you know, you want to, like, if somebody's going to buy you silverware, you don't want them to buy you silverware that you hate and you're never going to use.
Or if someone else has already bought it for you, you don't need two things
So
of silverware.
I get the premise. I just still kind of find it a little bit tacky for some reason. But the lady friend and I this year have told everybody who's asked, like, what do you guys want? We're like, honestly, dude, like, we'd rather you just throw cash at the wedding fund, right? Like, I don't need a gift. We're both adults with no kids and expendable income. I found a term. There's apparently a term called DINK, which is double income, no kids, right? And if you are a DINK, double income, no kids, which is what I am apparently, then you
just said on the
I'm a
air
dink. What do you
that
want?
people should call you Dink.
I with double income, no kids, for us, it's like if we want a thing, either as individuals or a couple, we just go get the thing.
See, that's the thing. Okay, so we're saying thing a lot. We've been married for 31 years this month. And so if we want something, we usually go out and get it. And for each other or for ourselves. So it's trying to be inventive. What I've done lately is I've noticed some things that we need to replenish or replace around the house.
See, that's
and
it.
that
but
becomes a Christmas
it
gift.
turns Christmas shopping into glorified grocery shopping.
Well,
which is still fine.
No, that's food. This is something different. Like, like some pots and pans. Yes.
that's grocery
Yes.
shopping.
I bought my wife pots and pans. She's
And that's
very
fine.
excited about
Look,
it.
I'll tell you right now, I had an absolute moment not too long ago of sheer hilarity in my own brain, because she and I were talking about Christmas gifts, and I'm like, I feel like we should get each other something, right? Like get each other something. And I said, so if you could have anything right now, like you get a thing that you want, but you haven't bought it for yourself yet. Don't buy it. Tell me what it is. I'll get it for you. You know it's a gift, but it's a gift, right? And she goes, you know what I want? A new vacuum cleaner. And every bell and whistle in my progressive feminist head was like, nope, not buying you cleaning appliances. But she looks at me and she's like, I'm being dead serious right now.
Dude, you guys have been
dead serious.
You guys have been together for a while. And so, I mean, you can get past all that. If that's what she wants, get it. I mean, in every man's instinct in the back of his mind is like, no, don't do that.
Yep.
But at the same time, are you getting a Bissell? Are you getting the automated?
I got it noted. I got it screenshot.
You're getting the automated, dude. I mean,
nope,
you gotta.
she don't want it. She don't want it. She likes to be able to vacuum when and where she wants on the spot.
Does she angry vacuum?
No, she 88. No, not even that. She OCD vacuums. Like she sees a cat hair in the house, whole house is getting vacuumed on the spot.
To me, that's
OCD is
that's more angry vacuuming.
It's not angry because she's not mad about it.
Is she smiling when she's doing it, or is she?
It's like a thing. It's like a therapy thing for her. Like when she gets the vacuum going, like she just in the zone. Don't waste your time talking to her. But it's like one cat hair, one dog hair, the whole house has got to get vacuumed. And I understand that, right? Like cool, have at it. I'm like that when it comes to cleaning. Not like I see one thing, but there's a mark for me. Once the bro cave hits this mark of I feel like it's dirty now, then nothing else is happening until I have cleaned it up.
All right. So how thick does the dust have to be? Asking for a friend.
For her?
No.
Cat hair.
No, I meant for you.
Oh, for me, it's not about dust. It's about clutter, right? Because I'm absolutely dude. When I get to the house nighttime, I'm done for the day. I whip off the jeans and throw on the basketball shorts for Betty Bye time. I just whip the jeans over onto the couch. And they'll be there until either A, I'm going to rewear the jeans because you can get three good wears out of a pair of jeans, or until I go, nope, there's too much crap on the couch, and then everything's got to go to its place. And then the cluttering starts back up. That being said, the concept of a gift list, it just kind of throws me off my game a little bit. But we've hit this weird point this year where we're like, dude, we just want cash, right? We're getting married next year. We're like, and it's not even we want the cash. It's we want to have a rager of a reception. We want to go all out for the reception. So we'd rather put all our cash towards a killer reception that people remember or forget.
Well, all I can say is if you were in town this year and would have been on the Christmas special, I would have had you sing Father Christmas now. Father Christmas, give us some money.
Yeah. That's
I
pretty
believe it
much
was. I believe it was the Kinks. Have you heard the song? You probably haven't heard the song.
I don't think I have.
Okay, well, we'll take care of that later.
Texture said, Dink, dual income, no kids. It's the literal best. Do whatever we want, whenever we want. No kids, no freaking problems.
Can you be a dink if you're now an empty nester? Because it's kind of the same thing.
I would say so at that point. Yeah. But, again, I think people call it dink because they think that's putting us down. Like we're going to feel bad about it.
All right. So it sounds derogatory to me.
Right.
I got to be
think
honest.
that's the way it's intended. I think it's people who are realizing, we can't give each other gifts anymore. All our money's going over here. And they're like, you jackasses without kids just doing whatever you want all the time. Like it's going to make me feel bad about it.
So when I think dink, I suddenly think ditz. I think dunce. There's a lot of
100%.
names that are fairly close, I think, possibly.
Texture said, I hereby declare a 2-year spoiler-free movie time frame. No, you don't get 2 years, dude. I'll give you like 6 months. You don't get 2 years.
I won't. You got a week, dude.
Yeah, Lonzo's a jerk when it comes to
or in a case, no, I'm not. And you can turn away. Also, if it's like a series that comes out on Wednesday, if you ain't watched it by Saturday, that's on you.
Nah, see,
that's not on me.
No, because I'm the dude that likes till all the episodes drop, and then I'm just binging all through them. Make it a whole weekend.
That's just odd. People don't do that anymore. It's kind
I
of
literally just said I do it.
Yeah, I know.
I do it right now.
All right, other people.
Texture said, Rob, I started wearing 2 different deodorants, one under each armpit, but that's just my 2 cents. Heyo.
That's a dad joke.
Hey, yes.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yes, it is. Bravo. You're getting it, Lonzo. We're getting you there. Day at a time. All right. We got a bunch of other stuff we need to get to and talk about over the final 38
You're like leaving for 2 weeks. How much trouble could you actually get in?
Dramatic amounts.
I mean, I don't know.
If I wanted to.
I'll take it for you because that's
I'll let you.
All right.
I'm not going to stop you from it.
All right.
Yeah, that's fine by me. All right. Did you see last night during the massacre of the LA Chargers? There was a spot where Austin Ekeler, who I like, by the way, right? Not a super big yards guy, but a very tough runner. He's a good first down guy. There was a point in the fourth quarter where Austin Ekeler, on a 2nd and 10, caught a pass out of the backfield for the Chargers, picked up 13 yards and a first down. It was the first time in the game that the Chargers had put together back-to-back 3rd down conversions, right? First time in the game. I think they had like 2 first downs in the game to that point. It was the first drive they had successful back-to-back 3rd down conversions. It's like a 12, 13-yard reception for a first down. Austin Ekeler comes up and gives the dramatic first down point when the score was 63-7.
All right. To me, if you're losing at any point in the game, don't do that. If you're winning, go ahead. Celebrate all you want. But if you're losing, stop.
I don't mind the celebration for the sake of a celebration. It doesn't bother me that much. If it's like a, 3-point game, 10-point game, 9-point game, somewhere, if it's within 2 scores and you're not like obviously out of it, I'm fine if you pop up and hit me with a first down marker. My dude was down, and I'm bad at math, but I'm relatively sure he was down 56 points at that point. Dude, you are down by more rushing yards than you have as the running back one. You understand? They have more points in the fourth quarter than you have rushing yards combined as RB1. Was it just me that had, you know me. I'm fun guy. I love fun guy. I'm always about fun. Don't act like you've been there before. Scoring a touchdown is hard to do. It is difficult to do. It's a pain to do. Very few guys do it more than a few times a season. You should celebrate like you just won the lottery. Have a great time, but maybe not when you're down 56, bro.
I was going to say, so what should we do when we win our next Star Award?
Just pop off the old first down sign right there on the stage and then walk it off. Like, that's one thing.
It's
But could
no,
you-
that's going to happen now.
look, to me, you know, we were up for an award. I was up for 2 this year, right? And when we won Sports Talk Radio Show of the Year award, we got up there, hit a Ric Flair woo, gave him a whatever we did. I don't even remember. It was kind of a blur.
I think you told me to twirl, and I did.
I think you did.
Yeah, because I was wearing a duster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we had our moment of celebration. And then a little while later,
We were the best dressed in the entire place.
100%, not even a question. A little while later, they handed out the award for Sportscaster of the Year, an award that I did not win. I was a finalist, did not win. You know what I didn't do when I got on stage? Anything. I walked up. I graciously accepted my first loser trophy.
You wiped the tears away. And
I shook the hand of the presenter and I walked. There was no turn for a photo. There was no fist pump. There was no flex. There was no, there was none of that. It was, let me grab my first loser trophy and make my way off the stage and we'll roll on.
you did take a picture with him later, which, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
and
know.
Again,
I don't
Chris,
know.
the guy lost to Chris Miller, great dude. He was
Could be
very
listening
polite.
right now, listens on occasion,
Probably
apparently.
is.
So, I mean,
Phenomenal dude. Enjoyed meeting him. He asked me to take a picture with him. I am more than happy to do it. The guy is the Tom Brady of local radio in the upstate. 100% no problem.
You sure it isn't like when we won an award one year and I asked the person who lost to take our picture? You sure it wasn't one of those? I mean,
he was very kind. He reached out after the show. He's like, man, go after the award ceremony. He's like, great to meet you. Congratulations. I know I'm going to be seeing you up there again. I know you're going to take a couple from me. Very, very gracious. No problem. But I did not hit the stage down 56 in the Sportscaster Award of the Year ceremony and turn and flex on him. I was down 56. All right. Stop, Austin. What are you doing, dude? You are down. They have more points than you have rushing yards, and you're the starting running back. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're down 56.
Let him play, Rob. Just let him play.
In the era of the Super Bowl, you are the third starting running back to ever be down 56. What are you doing, guy?
Congratulations.
My goodness. Unbelievable. We got to run to a break. When we come back here in just a minute, got a few more things to run through before we call it a day, before we call it a week, before we call it a year. I am Rob, the great ones on the ones and twos. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, quick live read, and we're coming right back. Don't go nowhere. Do any of y'all write in cursive still? Am I the only one who's me and Daniel Bryanson?
Daniel
Brian
Bryanson. I do on occasion just to see if I remember how to. I do still write. I mean, obviously, as bad as this is, I'm writing every day on these sheets.
Because is it in cursive?
No.
Okay. I write exclusively in cursive.
My cursive looks like what my grandma's cursive looks like, and she had to teach herself how to write. So, I mean, that's how bad it is. I can barely read my block letters. So, I have read cursive was being phased out, and now they're bringing it back. So, I don't know.
Ready to change your phone service? You got to check out Boost Infinite Wireless at boostinfinite.com. You get their low-priced service and a brand new iPhone every year. And Boost Infinite's new technology.
They should, James. But guess what? It ain't happening this year. It'd probably be, next season in the 24-25 season when they win, like maybe a preseason game.
Cursive never recovered after risk. Yeah. I will say that if I am writing a note for somebody else, it's in all capitals, right? But I'm to the point now where, like, even if I'm writing in all capitals, they still flow into each other, like half cursive.
It's football season, and the NFL is in full effect on the free Odyssey app. We're heading into the final stretch of the regular season, and the playoff picture is starting to come into focus. Whatever team you're rooting for, the free Odyssey app has you covered with the local talk and your team's podcast.
Like, if I'm writing in cursive or in script or print or whatever, it still flows into each other. I can't help it.
Just nearly a half hour left in a year where we won an award, finally got on the morning show. Been a pretty good year, Rob.
It's been a pretty good 2023. Now I'm just over here writing to see.
Can you do a capital Q?
In cursive?
Yes.
I don't remember. That might be the one.
It looks like a 2.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
All right, so here's a fun story. It is like tangentially related to CSI Ann Arbor.
So that is a big word.
It is. There was a hire for the Alabama Crimson Tide coaching staff that came yesterday. The hire comes, of course, just a couple of weeks before the Alabama Crimson Tide, who jumped Florida State after their undefeated 13-0 run to an ACC title to get into the playoff, takes on the Michigan Wolverines. Michigan and Alabama will be in the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. It will be, I'm assuming, about 50% split between the two fan bases. Well, you're always looking for an edge if you're Nick Saban. You're always looking for a way to get one over the bad guys. And Nick Saban may have just done that. Nick Saban is hiring former Michigan linebackers coach George Hello to his Alabama staff. That according to Football Scoop The Athletic.
I think it's Hilo. I don't think it's Hello. I'm just.
Is there anybody in there?
Yeah, because
anybody hear me?
The way you said it made me hear voices.
George Hilo, hello. How do you do? Former Michigan linebacker is now going to join the Alabama Crimson Tide staff. Now, the initial report from The Athletic does not indicate what Helo's title is going to be. I assume that title is ultimately going to be Chief Dude Who Knows Michigan, and that's going to be how they play that. Now, Hilo was on Michigan's staff for the 2021-22 seasons and was let go back in February. He was part of the defensive staff that replaced Don Brown and finally got over the hump. And he was ultimately replaced shortly after by their most recent linebacker coach, a linebacker coach that some of you may remember was then fired. Why was the linebacker coach fired? Because they apparently had some knowledge of the Connor Stallions situation, the spy tape gate controversy thing, scandal, whatever, that took place at Ann Arbor. They fired the replacement for Hilo. And that is very interesting to me because I don't think that any of us think that the Connor Stallion story is this definitely only happened just this year story. I suspect that the Connor Stallions incident has been ongoing for at least a couple of seasons, if not more. And if that is the case, then this guy will have had a tie to that. But here is the thing. Bama did what Bama does. Nick did what Nick does. Nick just finds ways to get advantages over you before you even get on the bus to head to the away game. Nick is finding legs up on you before you even think about the fact that you've got Bama on the sketty. That's just what that guy does. He has done this plenty of times in the past. There is a reason that there is a joke about Nick Saban's house for recovering coaches, right? And
you mean all those analysts?
Yes, all those football
he's
analysts.
A defensive analyst. He's a special teams analyst. He's a sign stealing analyst.
Allegedly. This is just Nick, man. He finds ways to get an edge. This is a great way to do it. Because, yes, Michigan will have obviously changed up some of their signs. Michigan will obviously changed up the way that they communicate with their linebackers, communicate with their defense, but there is still going to be some level of consistency from the guys that are veterans of this Michigan defense that were under the tutelage of George Hilo. There are still going to be some remnants of the defense on which he was a mainstay coach that are still in place. Nick has just gotten a leg up on the Wolverines. Look, personal feelings about who else should be playing in that game aside, I'm going to say this, Alonzo. I hate the game. It disgusts me. It should be Florida State, Michigan, not Alabama, Michigan. That being said, Alabama, Michigan's going to be a hell of a football game. Going to be a hell of a football game, man.
I personally hope it's a blowout and roll tide, but it probably will be a good football game. Yeah.
You and I are going to have wildly different feelings about this game.
but I think my reasons are legitimate.
So do I. That's what makes it so much fun.
Yeah, but I'm right because I'm older.
Not how that works at all.
Yeah, it's called wiser. It's the older and wiser thing.
Miser?
The older and wiser,
Yeah,
which
miser.
means the Ute is the one that's wrong. You.
I hope Michigan wins by 50.
But listen, I mean, my team's not in it, so I'm going to root against my rival. I don't care who wins.
Listen,
I don't care who wins as long as it's not Michigan.
I respect it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying you're wrong for saying I'm wrong. I think those are both. Hating your rival is a very valid reason to want one team to go over the other, as we would say in the wrestling fandom. Hating your rival and wanting to see your rival crushed and see their women lament in front of the throne of their victors is absolutely a valid reason to pull for Bama. Wanting to see the team that jumped the undefeated
The
conference
lamentations
champions.
of the women.
There it is. Wanting to see the team that jumped the team that I do believe had the better argument to get in, I think is also a perfectly valid reason to want to see a blowout. That being said, I don't think either one of us is going to get our wish. I think this is going to end up being a pretty good football game. I know it's very early.
Hey, who's playing in the other game?
That would, of course, would be the Texas Longhorns and the Washington undefeated Huskies.
No one really talks about them as if the winner from Alabama and Michigan is going to win the whole thing.
Which I do not believe. I am very intrigued by the Texas Longhorns. No John Brooks, their backup quarterback, has now left the program in the transfer portal as well. Did not want to stick it out through the playoffs, went ahead and took off early. So they do not have any quarterback depth now, it doesn't look like. Big question marks here, man. That being said, is anybody really counting out Michael Penix Jr.? Michael Penix Jr. led a 9.5-point dog Washington team up against the Oregon Ducks, a very good team in the Pac-12 championship game, and straight up won that bad boy, right? Straight up won that game with a playoff ticket on the line, and just about everybody that I talked to, including all of the experts on my BetQL network, we had plenty of discussions about this. And all of us were picking the Ducks in the upset. All of us were picking Oregon to kick Washington out of the playoffs and their undefeated run. And frankly, I thought steal their spot in the playoffs as a one-loss Pac-12 conference champion. And all Michael Penix did was go out there and do Michael Penix stuff and win that game for him. I absolutely don't count out Washington against Texas at all.
You know, if it wasn't for work, I probably wouldn't watch that game because I don't think whoever wins that game has a chance.
See, I do. I think Michael Penix Jr. runs a versatile enough offense that it would give fits to Michigan's defense. And I think Washington's defense has enough pressure against the run game that they can force the ball into the hands of J.J. McCarthy and make J.J. McCarthy do things to win the game. And as I've said a number of times, there's a reason that in the big games, Ohio State, Penn State, there's a reason that Michigan was not throwing the football. There's a reason. I don't know what that reason is yet.
Well, I mean, I think we know what the reason is. You can speculate because, all right, I will just say that I believe, so do many others, because I'm the man of the people, that he stopped throwing the ball when Connor Stallions left the team. I mean, it could be a coincidence, but like the very next week, he stopped throwing the ball, and he hasn't really thrown the ball the rest of the time.
You're not wrong.
I mean, you know, sometimes when things look a certain way, they might actually be that way.
You're not wrong. Honestly, I mean, that may very well have something to do with it, right? And if that's the case, all the more reason to believe. Listen, I'm picking Bama to win this game, right?
Are you?
I am picking
because
Alabama
you've been saying Michigan. You said you hope Michigan.
Correct.
Yeah.
There's a difference between I hope Team A wins and I'm picking Team A to win. I think Alabama's going to win this game. By the way, Jalen Milroe coming back for his senior year.
Would you put money on it though?
Let's see what the spread is here. Let's see what the spread is.
I'm guessing they got Michigan as the favorite.
I believe you are correct. I want to say Michigan opened at, it was like -2.5 the last I looked at it. Let me see if I can find the line on that game real quick. Obviously it's a ways off, so there's some scrolling to be done. By the way, Clemson is a 5-point favorite over Kentucky. If you are into that sort of thing, Michigan right now is a 1.5-point favorite over Alabama.
That means they don't know, right? Is that basically a push?
Well, it's basically a push. It's a neutral site game, so they think Michigan is a nudge better.
See, I think Bama will travel better, but you know, I could be wrong. It is leaving Michigan for warmer climes, and that's very appetizing for anyone
from Michigan.
I'm sure. Not that I could put myself into the mind of a Michigan person, because but you know, it is cold there too, so I get it.
I'm intrigued, man. Like, I think I'm leaning Alabama in this game. Alabama minus 1.5, or excuse me, Alabama plus 1.5. I could see this being a 1-point game. Either way, you're getting even money on the money line for Alabama, minus 121 for the money line bet on the Michigan Wolverines. The other side is interesting. Texas, a 4-point favorite over Washington. Here's the number that I'm most intrigued by. The over-under in the Texas-Washington game is 64. The over-under in the Alabama-Michigan game is 45. Almost a 20-point difference in the OU from one game to the other, which is unsurprising, right? Like, it's unsurprising. Jalen Milroe has figured things out as a quarterback. That is why I think it is absolutely dangerous to everybody else in the Southeastern Conference that he has elected to come back for one more season, because the longer he was QB1 after they tried the switch to Tyler Buckner back in, week 3 or whatever, and it did not go their way. Ever since that moment, Jalen Milroe has looked like a different guy since then. And I think Alabama's got it in them to put up points. Listen, Michigan's defense is good, and nobody's arguing it's not. But I've also made the point a couple of times this year that offensively, the Big Ten was not good this year. Offensively, the Big Ten was not good. Big Ten offenses included Michigan's run game and Ohio State's Marvin Harrison Jr. Like, that was the Big Ten's offense this year as a whole. I think that Michigan's defense might be a little bit overrated. Good, but I hesitate to do what a lot of my colleagues have done and call it an all-time elite defense. Like, I don't think it is. I think it's good. I think it's going to fly around the field. I certainly don't think Alabama's putting 42 up on the board, but I think ultimately Michigan's defense is on paper exceptional because they played through a conference that top to bottom had no offense, like, at all. So I think they're a bit overrated. I think I might go, not only will I go on it here, Zoe, at 1.5 at minus 110 versus even money on the money line, right? So I'm betting Alabama loses by no more than 1 point, right? So you're basically buying the extra point at plus 1.5, right? If that is the case, excuse me, 2 points. If that is the case, they just got to be within 2 points. 21-20 wins the bet, right? 21-20, 24-23, 27-26 wins the bet. I think I'm buying that 1.5 for Alabama as opposed to taking the straight up win. That being said, if I check back in a couple of days before this game kicks off and I look and that line has moved to Alabama, plus 3.5 at minus 110, I'll hold there. If it does what I think it's going to do, which I'm not sure yet, but I think you're going to see a lot of, if you're going to take Alabama and you want the points, I would grab it now, because I do think once we get closer to that spot, I do think you are going to end up seeing a lot of late money come in on Alabama. And I think that line might shift back towards a pick'em game at minus 110 and the money line moving from plus 100 to minus 110 as well. Like, if you're going to take Alabama on the points, I would grab them right now. I would do it right now. We're far enough out that I think the late money on Bama is still about a week and a half away. And if that ends up being the case, I would grab those points while you've got a minute right now. Speaking of taking a minute, we got to step away from one. Final break of 2023, final segment of 2023. When we come back, I'm Rob Brown. He's Lonzo. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. Steven, thank you very much, buddy. That's very kind of you. I appreciate all of you guys continuing to show up and listen and watch and do all that fun stuff so we can, get paid. I'm a big fan of that. We did get a fat guy touchdown last night. Love a fat guy touchdown.
All right, I'm not doing this to make Rob mad. I just saw this from Pro Football Talk. Ben DiNucci chose staying on the Broncos practice squad over a September offer to sign with the Saints.
It's a stupid ass decision, but cool.
Especially if there's money involved.
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to be more money signing, even if it's a 1-year contract. I probably have seen that before, Joe, but thick six it's such a good thing. You did. I saw you. I saw you do it. You kicked the table. You absolutely kicked the table. You swung around. You did it. You did a Draymond. You did a Draymond Green on the table. I don't know what's wrong with it, other than when you moved the mouse, you didn't push play on the video.
Yes, I did.
I didn't see you push play. See?
Somebody took it off the loop. That's what it is.
Just wonder who could have done that.
It wasn't me.
Tis the season for what? Saying tis for the Upstate Holiday Light Show at its new location in District Park. Where's District Park? At the intersection of 123 and 150.
Kobe.
Do you like a day when you know you have a ton of work to do, but you know what it all is, as opposed to a bunch of scattered work?
I have scattered work today, and I'm not looking forward to it.
Yeah, I have a bunch of scattered work, and I'm more afraid of scattered work that I'm going to forget something. By the way, record your lives.
Yep.
I meant to remind you every hour, and I forgot. And if I forgot to remind you, you probably forgot. So.
The family loves it, and it puts everybody in the holiday spirit. It starts our hollies and jollies.
The Upstate Holiday Light Show at their new location, District Park, at the intersection of 123 and 153, is open now through December 31st. Enjoy the magic of the season with family, neighbors, and friends. For more information, visit upstatelights.com.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, just like our customer Jared.
I'm the singer and guitarist in a band, and I use my Cricket phone for.
Thank you, Steven. I don't know why you had to put that thing on the end there, but
Switch today and get a free Samsung Galaxy A14 5G. Smile.
I'm meowing in my mind.
First month service charge and tax due at sale. Cricket 5G requires compatible device and is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and restrictions apply. See store for details.
A holiday message from Jackson Hewitt. 'Twas the yikes before Christmas when all through the house not a creature was stirring except Larry. See, the stockings weren't
Larry.
Larry? What are you doing, Larry? A holiday loan.
The yikes before Christmas. Go to Jackson Hewitt before it's too late. Get up to $1,000 fast. Minus 20.
Oh. Man, mid-yawn. I thought he said abacus required. Oh.
I'm the singer and guitarist in a band, and I use my.
Would you recognize an abacus if someone brought one into the room? Okay. I think a lot of people would probably not recognize an abacus.
Samsung Galaxy A14 5G. Smile. You're on Cricket.
Your customer paid for testimonial must bring your number to Cricket on up to a $60 a month voice plan, depending on device. Select models only while supplies last. First month service charge and tax due at sale. Cricket 5G requires compatible device and is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and restrictions apply. See store for details.
Hey, you. The one on the couch who just told your friend you can't go out because you're busy? Ready to get real about your psoriasis? When your current treatments don't do enough to help control the inflammation beneath the skin, causing plaques and pain, stressing and scratching, it's time to stop hiding and get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get
real.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
From the Ingalls Market Studio, the best.
Steven, good luck, big dog. Appreciate you, buddy. You're the best. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final segment of 2023. I'll be out until January 2nd. I want to remind you that Maggie and Perloff, CBS Sports Radio National, will carry you through in this time slot until the new year. They have some phenomenal interviews that they do on that show and just generally good sports talk. So stay tuned for Maggie and Perloff. Lonzo and I will be back on January 2nd. And before we hit Twitter on the way out the door and call it a wrap on 2023, please allow me, on behalf of myself, on behalf of Lonzo, on behalf of the Fan Upstate, to wish you all the very happiest of holidays, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Christmas, whatever it is that you are celebrating. I hope that you get the opportunity to do so with friends and loved ones. I hope that the rest of this year treats you as well as it deserves. And I hope that 2024 is a brand new opportunity for you, for us, for everybody to just be better. So we thank you for listening every day. For those of you that check in on the stream, you guys have built a very cool little community over this year, and we are honored to be a part of it. For those of you that listen to us every day and text and tweet and call, we appreciate you guys tremendously, because, you know, we wouldn't have a job without you. And that is kind of the whole point of this. So sincerely, from all of us here at the Fan Upstate, from Lonzo and I, we wish you the happiest of holidays. We appreciate the opportunity to be with you guys. We appreciate that you take your time out to be with us. We know that you have an infinite number of entertainment options available to you every day of the week. So for those of you that tune us in every day, we appreciate it greatly. I hope you have a phenomenal holiday season. I hope that you have a phenomenal New Year's Eve. And I look forward to sharing 2024 with all of you as we continue to grow this show, as we continue to grow this station, as we continue to grow the Armada. It is going to be a fantastic new year. And like I mentioned, I sincerely thank all of you for being a part of what we are trying to build and trying to grow here on the show and on the station. So Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah, happy Kwanzaa, whatever you celebrate. I hope it's a great one. I hope you have a fabulous new year, and we look forward to sharing it with you.
And now is the portion in the show where we celebrate Festivus. It's grievance time.
I mean, we've been airing grievances since 6 a.m., dude. The airing of grievances has been taking place for 3.5 hours now.
I have one grievance, and that's the fact that you're going on vacation and I'm not. That's a
Yeah, but you've done this twice so far this year.
Well,
I am
no-
catching up with you.
no, it's been more than twice. And I will be taking one, the week after Christmas. But yeah, I got my 5th one coming up, but still,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're taking 2 weeks of vacation
Yeah.
because I've only got 8 weeks of vacation and I'm not
Yeah.
using mine at the same time.
I say Merry Christmas to everyone. May you have the kind of year that Tommy DeVito's agent is having. That's,
Hey.
I mean, that's a good year right there. Yeah.
Hey.
And now the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
All right, it's time to ask Rob what the X is going on. And first, Joe says, now it's time for feats of strength. The show doesn't end until Rob pins Lonzo. I got to tell you, as old and decrepit as I am, he ain't pinning me. I mean, because look at my neck, dude. I could bridge for years.
Your problem.
I will bridge for years.
Your problem is thinking for a second that if you are the only thing standing between me and 2 weeks of vacation, that I am not going full heel, distracting the ref, chair shots to the head. We're going late 90s, put him away.
Oh, we could get a ref in here really quick. We could. Not that they would. We can't get an impartial ref, though. All right, the first thing that's Xing is Mandy.
If we're talking about Mandy Rose, and I assume that we are because Lonzo brought it up, and that's the only Mandy that I can think of that both of us would discuss.
I could be talking about Mandy from Billy and Mandy's Grim Adventures.
You're not.
Also a great Mandy, by the way.
You're not. I don't know why she's trending. And on top of that, I'm going to tell you that
you
as
don't care.
wildly attractive. No, I do. As
Okay.
wildly attractive as Mandy Rose is, she is one of a very small number of women whose name I will not type into the search bar on my work computer.
Yeah, I'm doing it because I have a read. I have interviewed Mandy on these radio stations, so I follow her for that reason. Before she started doing the stuff that she's doing, my understanding she is Xing because I think it was yesterday was the anniversary of her being canned by the WWE.
Yeah. Listen,
She's all right though. She's doing okay.
Oh, she's doing fine. She's probably making more money from
She
OnlyFans
is.
than she was for WWE.
She is.
Yeah, no, I think she has.
And she has friends like Paige Van Zant. Don't ask me how I know. It just popped up on my feed, and and you see that stuff.
Also, I just found the most incredible thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm putting it up on the stream right now. It might be more important than Twitter trending topics. I just found somebody, and this might be what every member of this radio station gets from me for Christmas. I just found somebody who has created the hot dog drill. This is a plastic drill that allows you to hollow out a hot dog bun as opposed to split it open.
I don't know, dude. I just don't. I mean, the picture.
Oh, I know exactly what it looks
picture,
like.
I don't know
right.
if we need to be. I don't know, man. I don't know.
To tell you, man, it looks like a genius invention.
I don't
okay?
know. I can't dump the video. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Look at
Is this
piece
how we're
of art.
finishing 2023?
How do
That's
you
it.
not want that? The hot dog
Yeah.
drill. Never again, ladies and gentlemen, will you have to worry about your ketchup and mustard
Stop
and
it, Nolan.
chili
Stop it.
falling off of your hot dog when you
I
can drill the hole in the bun, slide the hot dog in, go ahead and just drizzle the condiments down in there, and now you've got a hot dog pocket. This might be the greatest invention I've ever seen in my life. Maybe the greatest invention I have ever seen.
I hope
in
everything
my
you
life.
said was intentional, because if it wasn't, you need to go back and listen to what you said.
Oh, I know what I say. I know what it looks like. I know what it is. This is how I elect to end 2023 with the hot dog drill.
I feel like my face is on fire right now. I don't know, but I feel like it might be on fire right now for some reason. I don't know
The
why.
hot dog bun. Everyone in my family, you don't need to send me your Christmas wish list. Everyone I work with, you don't need to pop the email off about the white Santa presents. You're all getting.
Will you just go away?
You're all getting hot dog drills.
Just go away.
You're all getting
Go
a hot
away.
dog drill.
Go away. It's time to
All
go.
of you get a hot dog drill. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for sharing 2023 with us. We look forward to sharing 2024 with you again. From Lonzo, myself, everybody here at the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate, we hope you have a tremendous holiday season, and we will see you back here as we get bigger and better than ever before in 2024. Have a great one, everybody. See you then. The Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate later. Yeah! Hot dog drill.
Yeah, that might have been a walk-off. We don't know.
That is.
we don't know. We don't know.
How's that not the funniest thing you've ever seen? Oh, man, that was good. I did not get a chance to read it on the air, but we had a texter who said that they are willing to bet you Texas or Michigan, Alabama. If Michigan wins, you have to wear a Harbaugh jersey on the air for a show. If
No.
Alabama wins, he will go to his Michigan bar wearing an Ohio State jersey.
No.
Why?
We had you and I, when we were doing Boo Box Bets,
Yeah.
the one thing I said I would not do, and we took it out of it, was
That's
Michigan.
true, that is.
There's Michigan.
You wore Clemson gear before Michigan gear.
Yes.
I remember that.
Yes, I did. I will not wear Michigan. No.
No,
That's akin to getting a tattoo. I'm not doing it. It's just not. No. I still am stunned by what just happened on this program.
I
it's
saw that and I'm
just,
like, nope, well, this is how we're ending the show. This is how we're ending the year.
I just
Amazing. Amazing. I genuinely found that to be the funniest thing I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah. Top that afternoon, guys.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. All right, guys, that is it for us. Listen,
Hopefully not literally.
Not literally.
Yeah.
We'll see how much damage the hot dog drill did. All right.
Let's face it. The Rise guys are on down the hallway. We're good.
100%. I should go show it to them. That'll be a whole
Oh,
segment.
they probably already have it.
Yeah. So follow me across the social. I will probably pop up and do some live stuff like semifinal day, I will pop up that day, New Year's Day, and do a couple of lives that day, breaking down the games. I'll probably do some bowl games live during the Orange Bowl, during the Gator Bowl, etc. So you can follow me on some social medias, and you'll see me during the break. I'm taking 2 weeks off. I don't take time off.
By the way, just, if you guys have never tuned in to the Upstate Pulse, tune in next week on the 22nd to the Upstate Pulse annual Christmas karaoke special. Guarantee you'll either laugh or go, that is so stupid, and you'll still laugh. So, check that out, because I'll still be here next week. I just won't be here while Rob's in sunny Florida. Although I'm not in Ohio, so I'm happy because it's sunny here and it's warm during the day.
Gotta work. Y'all have a lovely day. If I don't see you between here and the new year,
He ain't
happy
working.
holidays. Happy
working.
New Year. See ya.
I just did the
Push the
Gomer
wrong
wave.
button again.
I did the Gomer wave. Yeah.